Culture is a manifestation of human creativity, emotion, and intelligence, among others. The preservation and cultivation of culture are of crucial importance to ensure its longevity and continued relevance, particularly in today's digital age. The Faculty of Humanities at Universitas Diponegoro was established in 1965 under the name of the Faculty of Literature and Culture. It was renamed the Faculty of Literature in 1983, and since 2009, it has been known as the Faculty of Humanities. The faculty is located at the Tembalang, Semarang, Jawa Tengah. The Faculty of Humanities today is the home of 4 departments: the Department of History, the Department of Literature, the Department of Linguistics, and the Department of Culture. The Faculty of Humanities is dedicated to advancing education, research, community service, and scholarly publications that contribute to improving life quality and promoting national development. It fosters an entrepreneurial spirit that integrates knowledge and technology. The Faculty of Humanities at Universitas Diponegoro instills the values and knowledge of culture, language, and history to nurture internationally competitive generations. With a solid vision to become a leading research faculty in Southeast Asia in the field of culture, the Faculty of Humanities is committed to continuously extending high-quality education and research. Under the guidance of experts in their respective fields, students get direct access to advanced knowledge. Engaging with both the classroom environment and the wider community shall enhance their learning experience. We aim to cultivate exceptional students who are well prepared to fulfill the challenges of a rapidly evolving world. The Faculty of Humanities consistently enhances student support facilities as part of our long-standing commitment ensuring their adequacy and availability to meet the demands of global academic activity.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you as we gather here today for this international conference. I am Nadira and my partner Arnold, your master of ceremony for today's event. On behalf of the host, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to each of you for gracing this event with your presence.
Welcome to the 4th International Conference on Culture and Sustainable Development, ICOCAS 2026. This event is organized by the Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Diponegoro, one of the top public universities in Indonesia.
The central theme of ICOCAS this year is Rating Environmental Sustainability in Indonesia, Environmental Justice and Community Resilience. Today's conference has brought together international students and scholars from various countries to actively participate in discussions and debates, making a significant contributions to the ongoing discourse on culture and sustainable development issues in contemporary contexts.
We are truly honored to have the esteemed presence of our invited speakers and participants, both on-site and online. Allow me to introduce our distinguished speakers for today's conference. First, Professor Professional Technologist Dr. Muhammad Nurman Masrek, University Technology Mara, UITM. Second, Dr. Amir Rashad bin Mustafa, University Malaya, Malaysia. Third, Tori Bush, PhD, Tulane University, USA. Fourth, Professor Fridus Stillian, Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, Netherlands. Fifth, Professor Ivo Carneiro de Souza, Macau Polytechnic University, Macau. Sixth, Anita Dewi, PhD, Charles Sturt University. And seventh, Dr. Niall Curry, Manchester Metropolitan University, England.
We are also honored to have the presence of our Vice Rector for Research, Innovation and Cooperation of Universitas Diponegoro, Mr. Wijayanto SIP MSE PhD, as well as the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Professor Dr. Alam Shah SSM Hum.
We also welcome all the speakers participating in the plenary sessions, the professor and lecturers from Universitas Diponegoro. And last but not least, our dear students whose active participations make this event even more vibrant. Let us now begin this conference with enthusiasm and a thirst for knowledge. Once again, thank you very much for coming, and let's make this event a remarkable one.
Today, the 4th of August 2026, we have the main agenda of the conference, which is the plenary session featuring keynote speakers from 6 different countries. These distinguished speakers will share their invaluable insight on culture and sustainable development, setting the tone for our conference discussions.
The parallel session will take place entirely tomorrow. We have 3 parallel sessions, each featuring presenters who will deliver the presentations their respective sessions. This provides a fantastic opportunity to delve deep into various perspectives and knowledge about culture and sustainable development.
Now, please allow me to read the rundown for our ceremonial session. First, singing national anthem Indonesia Raya and March of the Faculty of Humanities. Second, opening remarks by the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Diponegoro. Third, opening speech by the Vice Rector for Research, Innovation and Cooperation, Universitas Diponegoro. Fourth, photo session. Fifth, main agenda. And the last, closing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Without any further ado, let us begin our event this morning. Now, please stand up to sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Now, we continue to sing the Mars of the Faculty of Humanities.
Salam budaya unggul dan bereputasi. Fakultas Ilmu Budaya Universitas Diponegoro, sivitas akademika laksanakan tridharma, jaga marwahnya. Karena ilmu budaya berpikir global, identitas lokal. Kampus budaya engkau bangga menawar, jadi unggulan. Jaga berani, jujur dan adil, berkarakter di Ponegoro. Menjadi bagian intelektual dunia dalam pendidikan. Ku bangkit bangun bangsa, ku jadi abdi sesama. Hidup FIB Universitas Diponegoro, jayalah Indonesia. FIB Undi maju bersama.
Please be seated.
Next, I would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Professor Dr. Alam Shah SSM Hum, to deliver the opening remarks and present the conference report. Professor, the floor is yours.
Ya, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Your Excellency Profesor Dr. Suharnomo SMSI, Rector of Universitas Diponegoro, Honorable Wijayanto Bapak Wijayanto SIP, MSI PhD, Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, Cooperation, and Public Communication of Universitas Diponegoro. Thank you. Who is representing the Rector of Universitas Diponegoro. And then Ibu Eta Farmasiala PhD, Vice Dean for Academic and Student Affairs. And then Dr. Siti Maji MSI, Vice Dean for Human Resources, member of the organizing committee, distinguished keynote speakers, Professor T.S. Muhammad Nurman Masrek from University Technology Mara, and then Dr. Amir Rasad bin Mustafa from University Malaya, thank you. And then Dr. Tori Pustulane from Tulane University, United States of America, Professor Friedrich Stijlen, Vrije University Amsterdam, Netherlands, and then Professor Ivo Carneiro de Souza from Macau Polytechnic University, Macau. Ibu Anita Dewi PhD from Charles Sturt University, Australia. And then the last, Dr. Niali Kuri from Manchester Metropolitan University, United Kingdom. Distinguished colleagues, researchers, scholar, practitioners, student and participant, especially from lecturer of Faculty of Humanities, and then a participant from various countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the first, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to the 4th International Conference on Culture and Sustainable Developments 2026, organized by the Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Diponegoro. And then on behalf of the Faculty of Humanities, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to all distinguished speakers, participant, partner institution, and member of the organizing committee who have contributed their time, expertise, and commitment to making this conference possible. Your presence here today reflects our shared commitment to advancing knowledge through international collaboration and interdisciplinary dialogue. This conference is held as part of this Natalis of the Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Diponegoro, and has become one of our important international academic forums. ICOCAS is not merely a conference, it is a space for intellectual exchange, critical reflection, and collaborative engagement among scholar and practitioner who are concerned with the future of culture and sustainability development. This year, ICOCAS adopted the theme Rethinking Environmental Sustainability in Indonesia, Environmental Justice and Community Resilience. This theme invites us to reconsider environmental sustainability through the perspective of the humanities. Environmental problems are not only scientific or technological issue. They are also cultural, historical, ethnic, linguistic, and social issues. The info question of justice, identity, memory, local knowledge, and the relations of communities facing ecological transformation. The humanities have a crucial role in understanding how people experience environmental change, how communities perceive knowledge and tradition, now how cultural values shape environmental behavior, and how narrative can inspire more sustainable future. In Indonesia, where ecological diversity is closely intertwined with cultural diversity, these perspectives are especially important. And then selected paper presented at this conference will be published in international conference proceeding indexed by Scopus and published by IOP Publishing, thereby contributing on the global dissemination of research and strengthening international scholarly collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to welcome distinguished scholars from different countries and academic tradition. Their participants enrich this conference and strengthens our international academic network. I hope that during these 2 days, meaningful conversation will emerge, new collaboration will be established, and innovative research partnership will continue beyond this conference. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the leader of Universitas Diponegoro for continuously supporting the internationalization of academic activities and global engagement. The President, especially Bapak Wijayanto SEP, MSc, PhD, thank you very much. He is a young leader in Universitas Diponegoro, representing the rector of Universitas Diponegoro, demonstrates the university's strong commitment to fostering international partnership, academic excellence, and global connectivity. To all participants, I encourage you to actively engage in discussion, exchange ideas across disciplines, and explore collaborative opportunities to contribute not only to academic advancement, but also the practical solution for environmental and social challenges. Thank you for Mas Gani and team. And then may this conference generate valuable insight and strengthen the contribute of humanities scholarship in advancing sustainable development, environmental justice, and resilient communities at local, national, and global level. Finally, I wish all participants a productive, inspiring, and successful conference. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om Nano Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Professor Alam Shah. What an outstanding opening remarks.
Now, we kindly request the Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, and Cooperation, Universitas Diponegoro, Mr. Wijayanto, SIP, MSE, PhD, to deliver the opening remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan, Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu. The distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Muhammad Norman Masrek from University Teknologi Mara, UITM. Welcome back again to Semarang and to our university. Dr. Amir Rashad bin Mustafa from University Malaysia. This is your first time here. I hope you enjoy Semarang and also our university. Welcome. And also the speakers who are joining online, Dr. Tori Bush from Tulane University, USA, Professor Friedus Stijlen from Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, Netherlands. I know Friedus, Prof. Friedus personally. Sadly, he cannot join us in person, hopefully in the future. Professor Ivo Carne Rio de Souza from Macau Polytechnic University, Macau. Dr. Anda Dewi from Charles Sturt University. Dr. Niall Curry from Manchester Metropolitan University, England. Distinguished Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Professor Dr. Alam Shah, who has just delivered a very eloquent speech and who just traveled from Malaysia not long time ago. The Vice Deans in the Faculty of Humanity, Dr. Eta Farmasilia, the Vice Dean of Academic and Student Affairs, Dr. Siti Mazia, the Vice Dean of Resources, all organizing committee, respected scholars, researchers, academics, students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Rector of the University of Diponegoro, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome all of you to the 4th International Conference on Culture and Sustainable Development. The theme is very important and timely: rethinking environmental sustainability in Indonesia, environmental justice, and community resilience. In regard with the theme, I would like to share two personal stories. The first story is maybe you notice that I'm wearing masker, because I got flu. Yesterday I was in the hospital. Diponegoro University has hospital, right? So I went there to get injected with vitamin so I can get recovered soon. The doctor said, Pak WR nggak boleh sakit karena banyak acara menunggu. So, the vice rector may not be sick because a lot of queuing activities lining up for me, right? Because this is our own university, so of course she knows the vice rector, right? But I said to her, and she also told me that this is relevant to the topic of our conference. These days a lot of people come to the university, to the hospital because of the extreme weather change. So how environment really affect us directly to our health. And I answered to the doctor, doc, I got sick just last night, right? Now I'm in the hospital. But Sunday afternoon, I was still healthy and I went to the movie, accompanying my kid to watch Spider-Man. And if you watch the movie, you will know that even Spider-Man went to the hospital. So, Spider-Man saja sakit gitu, apalagi wakil rektor boleh juga kan. So that will be my first story. My second story was I got when I was in France, representing the Diponegoro University. Back then, I was there last June. I arrived 30 June, and the conference lasted until for this. It's gathering between the rectors of universities in Indonesia and the rectors of universities in France. And in that, when I was traveling from the airport to my hotel, the taxi driver told me, "Sir, you came at the right weather because last month, just a week ago, thousands of people died because of extreme heat that right now covering Europe." I was actually shocked with his story. I didn't really believe it, to be honest. So in my way here, from my home to the conference, I check. And yes, indeed, New York Times, The Guardian wrote about it. So, and in fact, the number of casualties more than 1,000. And those who are impacted is around 5,000. Mostly they were elderly. The age is 75 years and more. So maybe Pak Rido can breathe more relaxed. So with that, I would like to emphasize that the theme of the conference is very, very timely, very, very relevant. And in this regard, I appreciate the Faculty of Humanity for conducting this conference, and hopefully, and also to all participants to join this conference. Hopefully, this conference can be an avenue for us to reflect the problem of our time. In Paris, there's an office of UNESCO, and UNESCO not long time ago shared that currently the most pressing problem of our generation is climate change. This is the problem of the entire planet Earth, of humankind today. And but do you know the problem number one of facing our generation? The problem number one was disinformation. Yeah, I guess it's because of the disinformation, people don't believe in climate change. People ignore the environmental problem. People ignore the climate change, climate change is really happening. So a combination of the two is catastrophic for humankind. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would like to express our gratitude again to the Faculty of Humanity, to the Vice Deans, to all the lecturers, and to all participants. And as the Vice Rector for Research, I have one of my job is to make sure that our international publication this year can reach the target. And we have the target, Mr. Dean, I hope I believe he remembers, is 3,000 international publication in this year. And hopefully in this regard, with this ICOCAS can be one of the avenues for the lecturers, academics in the Ponegoro University in general, and also all the participants, but specifically the academics from the Faculty of Humanities to also publish the works because I was informed that the result of the conference will be Scopus Index proceedings. And yes, and also journal articles. But more than that, I believe that it can be an avenue, a chance to build connection, to boost academic reputation of the Faculty of Humanity as well in the world, especially with our distinguished speakers who are also here. Hopefully, this conference can be a start for more fruitful collaboration in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would like to thanks once again on behalf of the Ponegoro University. I hope you have a fruitful conference. And with that, I will declare this conference officially opened. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wijayanto, for your inspiring remarks. And
Ladies and gentlemen, for a memorable moment, we kindly request all of you to stand up from your seat as the committee will take a group photo. For the participants, we kindly request all of you to stand up so we can take a group photo. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
ladies and gentlemen, now is the time that we have all been waiting for. The main agenda of the conference, the plenary session by our esteemed keynote speakers. The first plenary session will be led by Mrs. Fitrilia Anjarsari, SSMA.
Mrs. Fitrilia is currently a lecturer at the English department in the Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Diponegoro. Her research interests lie in literature and post-humanism, where she explores the intersection between literary criticism and post-humanist theory.
Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mrs. Fitrilia and our speakers for this session. The floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, distinguished speakers, colleagues, guests, and also participants. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to today's session. We are honored to have three distinguished speakers whose presentation bring together perspectives from information science, environmental humanities, history, society, and local knowledge. Although the presentation approached sustainability and contemporary social challenges from different disciplinary direction, they share a common concern: how knowledge is produced, communicated, interpreted, and applied within particular social cultural, technological, and historical contexts. Before we begin, allow me to briefly explain the format of the session. Each speaker will have a maximum of 30 minutes for their presentation. And then our first speaker will be Professor Muhammad Nurman Masrek, is joining us here in person. Our second speaker, Dr. Tori Bush, and our third speaker, Professor Fridus Steilen, are joining us online. So let us now begin with our first speaker. Our first speaker is Professor Dr. Muhammad Nurman Masrek, Professor of Information Management at the Faculty of Information Science, University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. His areas of expertise include information systems, effectiveness, digital information, behavior, social informatics, knowledge management, organizational performance, and information security. His extensive academic and research experience also includes leadership in research and innovation, academic program assessment, and international academic collaboration. Professor Norman's perspective invites us to consider the increasingly important role of information and digital systems in contemporary institutions and societies. Digital transformation does not concern technology alone. It also involves human behavior, professional competencies, organizational readiness, trust, ethics, and responsible management of knowledge. Professor Norman is present with us here today, and we'll have a maximum 30 minutes for his presentation. Professor Norman, the floor is yours.
Oh, the slide is there. It's not quite visible from here. Assalamualaikum Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma alkhimna ma rashida umurina wa izna min shururi anfusina min sayyiati a'malina. Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you also to the university for inviting me to participate in this beautiful conference. And I guess this is my second time being invited by this university. And as mentioned by the moderator, my name is Muhammad Nurman Masrek. The title of my presentation is Digital Civic Capability and Environmental Citizenship, a multi-level conceptual framework for environmental resilience. Okay, myself, I'm attached to the Faculty of Information Science. My area of specialization very much focuses on information management. So with that lens, I would today discuss how information science, particularly on how information is being searched, utilized, applied in our daily activities, can be capitalized in the context of developing environmental citizen, as well as leading towards what we call environmental resilience. Okay, next slide. Well, this will be the outline of my presentation. I will start by looking into the paradox of what we are now experiencing, and then why we are doing what we are currently doing still fall short of achieving our prime objective, that is to develop the Sustainable Development Goal, environmental resilience, and from there, I will walk through what we call the progression, evolution of knowledge, starting from this information knowledge creation, and then knowledge information literacy, as well as digital citizenship. And then I will also be talking about what we call digital civic, which is actually part of what we call digital intelligence. And then I'll be discussing the framework that I come up with based on my extensive literature review. And last but not least, I'll be discussing more detail on how this framework can be applied. Okay, so this is the overview of what I'm going to present today. Hopefully by the end of the presentation, you have some insight how digital citizenship is very helpful towards helping us develop this citizen who is aware and also concerned with regards to preserving our environment. Next slide. Right. Before we dive further into the topic, let's go through on these two important terminologies. The first one, which appear in my title, is the environmental citizenship, and the other one is environmental resilience, okay, similar to environmental sustainability. Now, environmental citizenship, okay. I need to see the slide closer if you don't mind. Okay. Being very old, I can't see. Okay, now environmental citizenship is the capability and willingness of individuals to make informed, responsible, and collective decisions that protect, improve environment in both private and public life. This is our aim. This is the aim of my talking. Okay, we aim to develop or to nurture citizen who is and you know what we call environmental citizenships. And with this goal, we are looking towards creating what we call environmental resilience. So this environmental resilience is the capacity of communities as a whole, right? And social ecological system to anticipate, adapt, and recover from functioning despite environmental disturbances. All right. So I want you to have this basic understanding about these two terminologies, because as we go further, then we can relate how these two terminologies surface and being developed slowly. Right. Next slide. All right. Now, since 1972, you know, the Stockholm Conference, where discussion, lengthy discussion, heavy discussion with regard to environmental protection. Okay, many efforts have been done. Okay, countries have developed regulation, laws, agreements between countries. Okay, various efforts have been conducted. Okay, with the aim of protecting the environment. And in line with that, we see so many development on technological advancement, sophistication. We have got satellite technologies that can monitor deforestation. And then we have technological sophistication advancement, which can develop a lot of this AI model, deep learning, machine learning. We can collect data about the climate, and then we can also develop model. We can make prediction. We can anticipate when it's going to be heavy rain, when it's going to be thunderstorm, right? And then all these things are happening. Well, with this development, we are expecting that the environment, our environment will become better. Unfortunately, despite all these efforts, we are observing what the environment is degrading at the alarming state. Right, so we can see problems of pollution, problems of climate change, as our Vice Rector mentioned just now. Okay, despite all this sophistication and advancement. If we take an analogy, it will be like similar to a patient in the hospital. We see a lot of technologies, advanced technologies being used in the hospital, and we expect people, basically their general well-being, health become better. Unfortunately, that's not the case. What is happening is that people's health are getting deteriorating. All right, next slide. Okay, now, on top of that, you know, at individual level, all of us are users of mobile phone, mobile gadget. We receive streams of information every day. Information about the climate, information about anything to do about the environment, streams of information we receive, you know. And these information are being blended or mixed with what we call information disorder. Information disorder comprises of these three components. One is what we call misinformation. And then we have got this malinformation, and then we have got disinformation, information disorder. And because of that, all of us become confused. We become perplexed. What action are we supposed to do, act upon, despite having all this information, streams of information every day we receive? Okay, so nothing happened. Okay, still we receive a lot of information and some people become confused, perplexed. They cannot do anything, they won't do anything, and they thought if I were to act upon something, this could be a fake information. Okay, right, next. So what I have discussed is can be boiled down into three things. We have observed the technological advancement, okay, and then we have seen rules, law have been established, okay. But if you look through, zoom in, technology is only a tool; it's not an outcome, okay. For instance, satellite monitor can detect illegal logging, but action depends on people and institutions. Same goes. We have the regulation, we have got the enforcement, but still, environment degradation is happening. Okay, and then economic incentive. Probably some government will provide subsidies, incentive, for example, using one-off plastic bag. Okay, but despite all these things, what we can say, this is not enough because there's another important critical element or ingredient that we have overlooked. Okay, next slide. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the technology, we have got the laws, we have got the regulation, we have got the economic incentive. One thing that we have not given serious attention is on the human itself, is the people, the human. We have the technology, how people use technology. We have law, how people comply, abide to the law. Okay, we have got the economic incentive, how people comply to the economic incentive. All right, so what can I say is that the human element is not given serious attention here. So human, their action is driven by their decision, their thought, their understanding. So this human decision shaped by the systems, the institution, the power relation. So that will shape on their behavior, on their doing, on their action. All right, next slide. Sustainability, as I've said, the element that we have not given serious attention is on the human. Kalau bahasa Malaysia kita sebut insan, manusia itu kurang diberi perhatian yang utama. Okay. Jadi disebabkan itu, because of that, focus should be on the human. Focus, emphasis should be on the people element, the people component. Okay. Now, the decision made by the people, that can result in environmental degradation. Keputusan yang kita semua buat akan menyebabkan sama ada alam ini, environment ini akan jadi lebih baik ataupun akan menjadi lebih bobrok. Okay, outcome reflect power, property, access. This is happening. Okay, in a community where they are politically weak, okay, you can see polluting industries. Their voice is not being heard. Suara mereka itu tidak didengari, kan? And then structure shapes what feels like choice. Economic and political structures can make harmful choices as a matter of survival. Okay, so as I've said, the important element is on the human. So the human must be molded, mesti dibentuk untuk menjadi apa yang kita sebut sebagai citizen. Okay, kalau bahasa Indonesia apa citizen? Warga negara. Warga negara. Kalau kita sebagai warga negara Indonesia, ada perkara-perkara yang perlu kita patuh, perlu kita ikut. Kalau saya warga negara Malaysia, ada perkara-perkara yang kita perlu patut. Dan kalau when we coin the term environmental citizen, jadi ada undang-undang perkara-perkara yang perlu kita patuh. So this is where we are coining the term environmental citizen. Okay, next slide. Okay, now, in order for us to understand what is the role of a citizen, okay, sebagai seorang warga negara, let us go through, some established work with regard to justice. Okay, I've chosen this work by Scholzberg, which discusses on justice, which has got three important elements. Number one is distribution. Number two, recognition. And number three, participation. This has got to do with what we call warga negara or citizenship. Okay, now when we talk about distribution, okay, who bears the environmental costs? and who captures the benefit. Okay, ini maksudnya kalau sesuatu tu dibuat, siapa yang harus dipertanggungjawabkan. Okay. Yang kedua, recognition. Are affected communities' ways of knowing, acknowledged and respected. In other words, in a place, in the location, in the locality where people are affected by whatever environmental degradation, these people, are their voices being heard? Adakah suara mereka didengari? Adakah pandangan mereka diterima? And then last, the third one is the participation. Adakah mereka itu dilibatkan semua? Whether these people are also being involved, okay, dalam pembangunan community, dalam penstrukturan semula, dalam pembangunan undang-undang, are they being invited to participate? So this is, now this model of justice, okay, will later be incorporated into the model I'll be developing. So I can say this is part of the theoretical review, theoretical underpinning towards the development of the model that I'll be sharing in a bit. Next. Right. Let's move on into the evolution of knowledge to agency. Okay. Now, in the early 1970s, the focus, when we talk about environment, okay, dari sudut perspektif education, the focus is more on creating awareness, kesedaran saja. Pada tahun-tahun itu, the focus hanya memberi kesedaran kepada masyarakat, kepada manusia pada itu tentang pentingnya, how important for us to preserve, menjaga environment. That is during the 1970s. And then slowly, gradually, when it comes to 1990s, the focus has shifted from creating awareness to creating what we call literacy. Literacy. So when we talk about literacy, three components are there. The cognitive, the understanding, and then the affective part, the feeling part, and then the behavioral, the psychomotor part. If you relate to Bloom's taxonomy. So this is literacy. That is between 1990s to 2000. But since 2010, it has shifted to what we call environmental citizenship. Yang kita kaitkan tadi dengan model JUST tu ada 3 komponen itu. Environmental citizenship, dia pergi lebih jauh daripada literasi. Dia empower individual, empower warga negara to act. Untuk bertanggungjawab atas setiap tindakan yang memberi kesan kepada the environment. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, are you all following? Boleh ya? Okay, next. Okay, jadi let's talk about citizenship, warga negara, as a generic term. Now, when we say warga negara, tadi warga negara kepada negara, warga negara kepada satu institusi, warga negara kepada sesuatu organisasi, there is a responsibility. Okay, we are not focusing about right. Of course, as a warga negara citizen, we have got rights. But the focus of warga negara is very much upon duty and responsibility. And when we talk about duties, duties are not equal. Kalau dalam struktur universiti, kita ada rector, vice rector, kita ada dean, deputy dean. Of course, the responsibility, the duty differ according to the rank and position. Yang bawah itu responsibility-nya mungkin kurang. Yang tinggi, vice rector, rector, responsibility, duty itu lebih tinggi. Same goes when it comes to environmental protection, environment protection. Okay, bigger country, bigger nation, richer nation, their duty, their responsibility is higher compared to a lower income countries. And those countries who have left a bigger footprint on the environment, they have a bigger role, bigger responsibility. And then when we translate into our day-to-day action, it also boils down to our responsibility as individual. Our everyday choices matter. Bagaimana kita sebagai seorang warga negara environment ini plays a role on our day-to-day activity. Penggunaan listrik, itu semua memberi kesan dan dampak. Okay, and then when we talk about citizenship, it's not about duty alone, it's not about responsibility alone, it is also about our participation. Okay, and this participation is our duty, not a privilege. Right. So it's nice to share what Dobson wrote. Okay, those who leave a large environmental footprints have a greater responsibility to reduce ecological harm. Next slide. Right. Okay. Now I'm shifting into my area where this is what we call digital intelligence. I'm sure all of you have heard perkataan intelligence. We have got artificial intelligence, we have got spiritual intelligence, we have got emotional intelligence, and now we have got digital intelligence. Basically, digital intelligence actually consolidate all these different types of intelligence technology, via digital technology. So within the domain, within the construct of digital intelligence, we have got this technical element or technical component, we have got informational component, we have got socio-emotional, and also finally ethical. Let me randomly just focus on one. Socio-emotional means how we use technology to navigate identity, relationship, collaboration in digital spaces. Meaning, if you are using social media, for instance, okay, we interact, we collaborate with people from many parts of the world, but we interact respectfully. Okay, we don't simply, create situation that can create chaotic situation. Respect other people, respect other culture, respect other ethnic, okay? So, now, with this digital intelligence, okay, I'm coining a term called what we call digital civic. Okay, digital civic. So, together these four components, okay, become smart, safe, kind, and responsible digital citizen. Okay, just now I explained to you environmental citizen. Now I'm talking about digital citizen. What is the connection there? Now all of us now live in a digital era. We are living where almost everyone is using digital technology. So this digital technology has become a medium, okay, for us or to facilitate us to become a good environmental citizen. A good environment. We can exploit, or we can use this technology wisely to become a wise environmental citizen. Next slide. Okay, now, as I've said, now I'm coining this term what we call digital civic capability. Why don't I retain digital intelligence alone? Now, digital civic capability, within it has got digital intelligence. So this is actually a bigger as compared to digital intelligence. So essentially, digital civic capability is the capacity to inform, evaluate, mobilize and engage responsibly through digital environments, conditioning rather than determining whether citizens can participate effectively in digitally mediated environmental activity. Okay, so essentially, as a digital citizen, leading to what we call environmental citizen, we must be able to find and access useful information via online. And then we should be able to evaluate. We should be able to distinguish whether it is a true or valid information or misinformation or disinformation. And then we must be able to mobilize, using digital technology to mobilize, build awareness and inspire action with others. Even though we say this is during the 1970s, but now we're using technology to create this awareness. And finally, this is the era 2010 and above. This is where we engage. Okay, we engage, takes responsible action and participate online. Okay, next slide. Right, ladies and gentlemen, now the digital civic capability that I just coined, probably we can just term it simply as digital skill at this point, but to some extent we can also equate it as digital intelligence. Also, this digital skill or digital civic, digital intelligence is not a silver bullet, okay? It is like only a moderator. If you go through the literature, you can see a lot of variables called predictors, determinants that can shape or can actually mold how people can become digital environmental resilience. Okay. So these are the few listed ones, not exhaustive, of course. We've got political efficacy, institutional trust, environmental identity, collective efficacy. All these are among the few that can become a very important, significant predictor to environmental resilience. And digital civic or digital intelligence is not meant to replace or substitute this, but they are actually moderator. It is actually a moderator that either strengthen or weaken. It regulates the relationship between the predictors and also environmental resilience. Next. So let's talk about some theory, a little bit about adaptive capacity and resilience, because we are heading towards that environmental resilience. So prior to that, we have to have some basic understanding. I will say this will be the theoretical underpinning that led to the development of the framework that I will discuss a little in a bit. So we have to understand what is meant by community resilience. So community resilience, according to Norris, rests on social capital, ICT, capacity, and community competence. Okay, and so social ecological resilience, according to Folk, is the system level capacity to absorb disturbance and reorganize while retaining core function. Last is what we call adaptive capacity, is more likely to become environmental resilience when directed at ecological management, monitoring, and restoration. So these two theory, adaptive capacity and resilience, is being used or referred to the development of what we call environmental resilience. Next slide. Right, now, all of us are, researcher. When we do research, we have got this unit of analysis. So the model that I'll be proposing later also has got its unit of analysis and how it can be applied. So we have to understand this different unit of analysis. We start with the lowest level unit, which is individual. At this level, we focus on the environmental literacy, digital civic capability. And then when individuals work together, they become group. Okay, so here collectively we look at their identification. And then from the group, that can form what we call citizenship. People, all of us as a group, we belong to, we are citizen of a certain country. Same goes, as a group, citizen of what? Citizen of environment. And lastly, from the citizenship, we develop what we call the institutional level that lead to what we call resilience. Next slide. So this is the framework that I have developed based on the extensive literature review, based on past studies, established work. So at the it has got 4 layers, namely layer 1, foundational capabilities, comprising of 3 dimensions, namely environmental literacy, sustainable competence, digital civic capability driven from digital intelligence. Layer 2, which is actually the engines or the mechanics, which comprises of critical interpretation, identity and perceived control, group efficacy and injustice, and trust and deliberation. The third layer is the citizenship outcomes, has got 3 dimensions: private sphere behavior, public participation, collective action, and the last layer, layer 4, community and governance outcome. It has got 3 dimensions, as you can see on the slide. Now, this framework works in a loop. Okay, from layer 1 heading towards the layer 4, and then it goes back to layer 1. So in a loop. In other words, one layer, the attainment of the first layer will lead to the accomplishment of layer 2. And then strengthening layer 2 will lead to the attainment of layer 3, so on. All right? Next slide. Now, this is the analogy, simple analogy that I have developed to facilitate our comprehension on the framework. Now, the layer 1, foundational capability, is the foundation. If we are constructing or building a house, the foundation is the layer 1. And then we have got the mechanism, which is layer 2, that can be equated to like the beams, pillars, and also joints of a home, of a house. And then the roof, the wall, and our utilization, whatever within the house, that is our environmental, citizenship and outcome. And the maintenance part is actually the community and the government's outcome. So this is the framework, the simple analogy for you to get better understanding about the framework that I have developed. Next. So the foundational capabilities, as I've mentioned, comprises of 3 elements. Number 1, environmental literacy. Every individual, they have to have some literacy, some form of literacy. They have to be exposed with some. Mereka perlu literate tentang environment, persekitaran ini. And then how to sustain for a long term. So they have to be taught, they have to be mereka perlu diajar macam mana supaya mereka boleh sustain dengan literasi yang dia ada. Dan seterusnya yang penting mustahak adalah digital civic capability, using digital tool and spaces to find, evaluate, create and act on environmental issues responsibly. Okay, just like our dear Vice Rector mentioned, misinformation, disinformation have made the youngsters nowadays, they are not aware on the seriousness of this climate change. They receive all this information, but they do not know whether that information is genuine or fake information. Okay, so that's why we need to have this digital civic capability. Next slide. So this is the layer 2, which is actually the mechanism or the engine. Okay, so we have to have that critical element or competencies, namely critical interpretation. So when we receive information, we evaluate information, how we interpret that. And then the interpretation must lead toward action, okay? And then identity and perceived control, and then we talk about group efficacy and trust, okay? We must have the trust, okay? If we don't have the trust, and then we will not be able to act upon. Kalau saya datang ke sini, saya trust the pilot. Kalau saya tak trust the pilot, mesti saya tidak akan naik kapal terbang itu kan. We have to have the element of trust. So similarly, when it comes to doing something within our community, in our country, in our nation, we have to have that element of trust. Not having the trust, it will not work. And then, how much time do I have? 5 more minutes. Okay, next slide, make it fast. Okay, kemudian layer yang ketiga, environmental citizenship outcome. So, private sphere, behavior, even at our house, apa yang kita buat itu akan memberi kesan. Lampu dipasang semua, I mean the lights, electric dipasang semua. That mungkin kita mampu untuk bayar bulanan bil, tetapi that has got impact. Pasang aircon, kita ada rumah yang besar, kita ada banyak aircon, kita switch on all the aircon. That has an impact. So that is at our individual level. But how we translate that on a daily basis? And then public participation as a group in our community. Are we involved together, okay, to create this awareness and then to also educate the people in our community to also behave according to what we call environmental citizen and then collective environmental action. That means we have to work together in an organized effort. Next slide. Okay, layer 4 is the community and governance outcome. Okay, so this is at the higher level. So institutional, like the government, the non-governmental agencies, they also must be responsive. They also must be supportive. Okay, and then just now we mentioned about adaptive capacity. Communities, they must be adaptive. They must be flexible enough. They cannot be rigid. Because time passes, many changes takes place. So changes is inevitable. So because of the changes, they have to be flexible, adaptive, and accommodative. And then that will finally lead to what we call environmental resilience. Okay, next slide. Now these 4 layers with all its respective dimension must be supported by, conditions. And these conditions are socio-economic resources and then political opportunity, digital access, and infrastructure. We say that the community need to search information, use information related to environment. But if the technology, the infrastructure is not supportive, okay, so that will not work. Okay, the government, those authorities, the actors concerned, they also must be supportive. Okay, and then platform governance, environmental justice, okay, institutional capacities. Okay, next slide. Okay, so these are the 6 actors which can play their role, okay, in making sure that the framework work. Okay, now in my subsequent slides, I have got the details because of the time constraint. I will not be able to discuss in greater detail, but I will just go through this slide. Okay, so as for the government and the policymakers, they have to develop laws, okay, regarding to the environment. And then the researchers, they have to also help in doing research that can be disseminated and translated into action. Not only basic research, but basic research that led to the applied research. That means people can use and utilize. Okay, and then in educational institution, they must educate, build capabilities, and integrate learning across, okay, settings. Finally, the community, okay, the people, okay, they also must be mobilized to build identity, deliberate, and they must take action. And then industry and digital platform, they must also provide a conducive technological environment that can support, okay, how this digital citizen lead towards the what you call environmental citizen, okay, and then institutions such as libraries, archive, museum, also they have got significant role there. All right. So next slide, actually the details of this 6 component. Okay, so this is what I have shared with you. So essentially, what I can conclude here is that I want to highlight the importance of what we call environmental resilience, but this environmental resilience, okay, must be facilitated by what we call environmental citizenship, and through digital technology, digital intelligence, okay, that can help this environmental citizenship can be accomplished much easier. Okay, with that, I end my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Nurman, for your insightful presentation. And I believe from Professor Nurman's presentation, it has successfully drawn our attention to the complex relationship among information, digital technology, institution, and also human behavior. It reminds us that technological systems can only function effectively when they are supported by appropriate competencies, organizational cultures, ethical awareness, and responsible forms of knowledge management. So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will hold the discussion and questions until all 3 presentations have been completed. Participants are kindly invited to keep their questions for the joint Q&A session. Okay, now we will move to our second speaker who is joining us online. Okay. Our second speaker is Dr. Tori Bush. Dr. Tori Bush, a writer, educator, public humanities practitioner, and environmental humanities scholar. Dr. Bush is currently a postdoctoral fellow at the Tulane Global Humanities Center. Dr. Bush's research examines how narrative forms function as environmental forces and influence the ways places, bodies, communities, and multi-species worlds become visible and understandable. Dr. Bush's academic interests include environmental humanities, comparative literature, public humanities, critical ethnic studies, post-colonial studies, transnational literature, and blue humanities. Dr. Bush's work encouraged us to understand environmental problems not only as scientific or technological issues, but also as questions of narrative, history, representations, power, and justice. The ways environmental crises are narrated may influence whose experiences are recognized, which histories are remembered, and which possibilities for more sustainable futures can be imagined. Dr. Bush is joining us online and will have a maximum of 30 minutes for her presentation. Dr. Bush, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for inviting me to ICOCAS 2026. I wish very much I could be there with you in person. I want to thank especially Dr. Eda Farmacelia Nerol Haiti and Sulistia Ningtias for inviting me and facilitating my talk. I also want to thank the entire Faculty of the Humanities at Universitas Diponegoro. Thanks to everyone in the audience for attending as well. I look forward to your questions at the end of all of our presentations. If we could start with the slides, that would be wonderful. Okay. So today I want to begin with a simple but important idea. Can we move to the first slide? How we understand climate change? We have to consider the way language and stories shape our relationship to the environment. Climate knowledge isn't only produced in laboratories and policy offices, it's also produced in language, in metaphor, in narrative structure, and in the cultural habits of thought that shape how we imagine the world around us. Literary analysis helps us see these patterns. It helps us recognize how certain ways of describing land, water, plants, and people have been passed down across generations, and how those inherited ways of speaking and writing continue to shape our environmental policy today. For example, when we call a plant a weed, we're not just describing it, we're dismissing it. When we call something a resource, we're turning it into something meant to be used. Language, I think, is like a flashlight for the brain. It teaches us how to see and how to relate to the world around us. When I began the book project that I'm working on, I had a very basic question that I wanted to think about. Why is it in the US Gulf South, which is where I'm from, destruction and extraction of the environment is spoken of as if it's natural and inevitable? Can we go to the next slide, please? In Louisiana, where I'm from, more than 4 centuries of extractive relationships through plantation agriculture, land speculation, and oil and gas extraction have shaped not only the land itself, but also the language we use to describe it. The way we talk about the Gulf today carries sediment from the past. It carries the assumptions, desires, and imagination of earlier eras. One of the clearest examples of this comes from 1775, when a Dutch mapmaker and ship captain named Romans published a concise natural history of East and West Florida. Next slide, please. A concise natural history was published at a moment in which the political borders and dynamics of the Gulf South were quickly changing. In fact, it's because of these ambiguous borders and politics that the 18th century Gulf South, a bioregion where indigenous nations had lived for over 10,000 years before the Spanish and then the French, and then the British, the Spanish and French again, and then later American settler colonists asserted control. Those narrative encounters with the environments became particularly speculative. Anglophone narrative encounters with the 18th century Gulf South constructed knowledge of a region with rapidly shifting borders, competing settler claims, and unstable political futures that invited them not only to describe its environments, but to imagine, project, and calculate what those lands might become economically, strategically, and imperially. Romans spent just 7 years in the Gulf South, observing and documenting an unfamiliar environment. I was really fascinated that in the opening page of this natural history, he calls his book a future natural history. His text is not just descriptions of plants and animals, it's also about settler colonial futures in the Gulf Coast. Or as he writes, commercial and political observations in that part of the world. It is a guidebook for settlers, investors, and land speculators. If we could go to the next slide. In its opening page, he wrote this sentence. He says, conscious of being, from experience, sufficiently enabled to give a just account of them being the British claimed East and West Florida, I've undertaken the following sketch or outlines of a future natural history of those countries, in hopes that some abler hand be induced to take up the pen. In this quote, he imagines a new future for this place. His text is both a work of documentation and a speculative exercise in settler colonial future making. Patrick Wolfe defines settler colonialism as a project based on the logic of elimination. Settlers come to stay, and in staying, seek to eliminate indigenous peoples in order to gain access to lands. Romans' speculative language helped authorize indigenous dispossession and extraction, laying the groundwork for what scholars today might call a sacrifice zone. Natural history is not often described as a speculative genre, but I use speculative here to foreground how these 18th century settler colonial natural histories relied on imaginative and anticipatory projections that actively translated what they felt were unfamiliar environments into settler futures. A speculative mode that not only envisioned how the lands might be claimed, ordered, and exploited, but also produced material consequences that continue to shape contemporary environmental relations. I also use the word speculative to invoke the word speculator, a person who takes a risk in order to make a profit, an etymological and conceptual link that underscores how natural histories functioned as a tool of settler investment in the future. While I'm not arguing that all 18th century natural histories are speculative in the same way, I do think this particular example of Bernard Roman's offers an example of how speculation within natural history functioned as a project of settler authorization in the Gulf Coast and continues to impact it still. Over the last few decades, scholars have demonstrated that Western early modern science, including natural histories, are inseparable from their colonial systems. In the 18th century, Romans imagined a future for the Gulf Coast that depended on indigenous disappearance, plantation expansion, and monoculture economies. His language helped authorize those futures and makes them seem natural and inevitable and even rational. Slide, please. This is what I would call a poetics of sacrifice. Oh, I'm sorry, next slide. The aesthetics, narrative rhetoric, and literary structure that turn certain lands and certain people into expendable parts for someone else's future. Romans' poetics of sacrifice operate as a kind of speculative land claim, or in other words, the visual and textual poetics developed in the genre of natural history that allows settlers of European descent to imagine plantation extraction and then take material possession of lands that indigenous peoples had primary and legal claim to. The poetics of sacrifice are the seeds that sow and maintain sacrifice zones today. They generate and validate speculative land claims. Next slide, please. Okay, so now let's make a really big jump forward, nearly 250 years. Today, the Gulf South is again undergoing a period of profound transformation. Environmental disaster is inextricably tied to anthropogenic climate change. Oil extraction from the Gulf accounts for about 30% of the US national oil and gas industry, yet the private pipelines and oil wells, along with the levees built along the Mississippi River, have caused catastrophic land loss. As Sarah Crosby wrote, since the 1970s, advocates in South Louisiana have been trying and mostly failing to alert the larger public to the fact that we are losing a football field of land every hour, the equivalent of Manhattan dissolving into the sea each year. The Gulf South is in many ways a contemporary sacrifice zone for the United States energy systems. After the devastating 2005 hurricane season, the state of Louisiana created the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority, which released the first coastal master plan in 2012. And it has updated it every 5 years since. The 2023 plan is the largest coastal restoration plan in the world. It uses sophisticated computer modeling to predict what coasts look like in 50 years, and it proposes projects to slow or adapt that land loss. Next slide. I was finishing up my PhD in 2023, and I was reading a lot of 18th century natural histories when this most recent plan was published. Studying these 18th century natural histories helped me see that the climate documents today hold a lot of the same narrative structures and rhetorical arguments. When we read the Coastal Master Plan as a literary text, when we pay attention to its narrative choices, its metaphors, its structure, we see something striking. It echoes, in many ways, the speculative rhetorics of those early 18th century natural histories. Because it is environmental policy, the Louisiana Coastal Master Plan is not a document that has been analyzed by many literary scholars. And my focus here is not on evaluating the incredible scientific rigor of this coastal master plan, but on analyzing how its narrative is curated and what its rhetorical choices make possible. The science of climate is incredibly important, but if climate language cannot engage with the historical legacies of violence, dispossession, and extraction, it's bound to recreate the structures that have led us to this climate crisis. Reading Romans explicitly settler text alongside state-developed land loss policies reveals striking overlaps in language and intent in ways that reveal we have still much to learn about equity and anti-colonial approaches to climate policies. Next slide. This comparative work draws on what Dan Brayton calls strategic presentism, or attending to the particularities of the past as a means to intervene in the contemporary debates on the state of our world and our responsibility to the future. Both this natural history text and the 2023 Coastal Master Plan deploy what I call the poetics of sacrifice that expose the continuity between these 18th century settler epistemologies and contemporary climate rhetoric, building inequality into our current policies. So, what does comparing an 18th century natural history text to a 21st century state climate plan uncover? I look at sort of these three major parallels between these texts. The first being purpose. Both Bernard Roman's Concise Natural History and the 2023 Louisiana Coastal Master Plan have clearly stated purposes. Romans says he aims to make an account of the Southern colonies. And I want to call attention here to this sort of financial language of the account in which he defines as his purpose. On the other hand, the master plan seeks to protect treasured resources and reduce land loss and flood risk. Yet both beneath these stated aims lie deeper shared functions. Both texts operate as sort of speculative land claim projects. They document documents that imagine and legitimize particular futures while obscuring the sacrifices required to realize them. For example, Romans develops a theory of artificial produce. He moves from what exists to what can be cultivated, improved, and extracted under settler control. He uses data and agricultural knowledge he learns from indigenous communities to plan the success of future plantations. The Louisiana Coastal Master Plan performs a parallel operation through scientific modeling. Its projections of future coastal conditions rely on data and simulations that sacrifice some communities, yet they also use a language of productivity and beneficial projects that embeds political choices about whose land and whose lives will be secured in the future. Communities such as the Ile-de-Jean Charles Band of the Chitimacha Choctaw tribe, whose lands are not included in the master plan, exemplify how these settler colonial histories continue to shape vulnerability and displacement today. Both texts participate in this poetics of sacrifice. They claim neutrality while remaking the world according to settler desire. Recognizing these parallels is essential for ensuring that contemporary coastal planning does not reproduce the sacrificial logics it seeks to address. The second parallel is thinking about structure. One of the most revealing ways to understand how environmental texts shape the world is to look closely at their narrative structures. Chorography, or a mode of organizing a text spatially, region by region, has long been central to natural histories, and it persists today in contemporary environmental planning. In Bernard Roman's 18th century natural history, chorography becomes a tool of the extractive gaze. By dividing East and West Florida into discrete land types, pineland, hammockland, savanna, swamp, marsh, bay, Romans transforms indigenous homelands into a resource map. His classifications appear neutral, even scientific, but they function as anticipatory claims on the land, converting ecological futures into indices of potential value. This spatial structure prepares the region for enclosure, cultivation, and profit, revealing how the narrative form itself can enact a speculative settler colonial future. A similar narrative structure underlies the Louisiana Coastal Master Plan. Across its editions, the plan has always moved choreographically across the coast, assessing conditions and projecting change region by region along the coast. The 2023 shift to 5 really granular coastal zones intensified that spatial organization. And like Roman's text, the plan's structure carries ideological weight. For example, in describing the Chenier Plan, which is in Western Louisiana, the plan frames petrochemical and LNG industries as vital contributors, naturalizing their protection even as they accelerate coastal degradation. This is extraction at the level of narrative. The plan's spatial logic sorts the coast into zones of value, determining which landscapes and communities are safeguarded and which become sacrifice zones. And then finally, both purport to have a certain rhetoric of objectivity. In the natural history and the Louisiana Coastal Master Plan, they both rely on this rhetoric of objectivity that appears neutral, but is deeply entangled with political and economic power of the time. Romans opens his text by comparing himself to an engineer, laying out his plan of intended work for those he will employ. This metaphor casts the land as a construction site, the reader as a future settler investor, and Romans as an expert who renders territory legible for transformation. He uses all these verbs like survey and observe that perform neutrality while advancing the speculative vision of inexhaustible resources in cities on the ocean, this sort of fantasy of limitless extraction that eerily anticipates the petrochemical infrastructure now lining the Gulf Coast. The Louisiana Coastal Master Plan deploys sort of this parallel rhetoric. The plan frames its work through broad questions. What might the future coast look like? Implying equal protection for all communities while masking the uneven realities of land loss and restoration. Like Romans, it imagines not only maintaining land, but growing it, even though these gains will not restore areas where indigenous communities like Ile de Jean Charles lives. And the plan's scientific authority is constrained by its funding structures. Oil and gas royalties, along with political actors hostile to climate policy and the logic of the working coast, all make this an inevitable problem. Scholars such as Karen Barad and Sheila Jasnoff remind us that measurement is not neutral. The apparatus shapes the outcome. The master plan's objectivity is therefore just not apolitical. It's curated, constrained, and shaped by the very extractive systems that it must navigate. Taken together, these parallels reveal how both of these texts mobilize speculative authority, projecting futures, prioritizing state interests, and sidestepping the extractive practices that have caused the crisis. So the question becomes not only what these texts say, but how their very language, like a watershed, carries settler thinking forward into new streams of climate discourse. Next slide, please. This is why I argue that literary analysis is essential for climate communication. Science alone cannot address the climate crisis if the language of climate science continues to reproduce colonial assumptions about whose land is valuable, whose communities matter, and whose futures are worth protecting. Climate language must grapple with histories of violence, dispossession, and extraction. Otherwise, it risks repeating them. By treating colonial documents as literary artifacts, we can uncover their underlying narratives. We can see how language can neutralize inequity and how it can obscure colonial histories and how it perpetuates sacrifice zones. So where do we go from here? If climate change is partly a literary and linguistic problem, then culture and language must be part of the solution. Slide, please. Science and technology are crucial, but they're not enough. We need to weave critical literary analysis into the study and creation of environmental policy in order to avoid repeating systemic mistakes of the past. Methodologically, this project demonstrates the value of reading policy documents and scientific texts through the interpretive frameworks of literary and cultural analysis. By treating the Louisiana Master Plan and Roman's natural history as narrative and rhetorical artifacts, not merely technical or historical documents, I show how environmental governance is shaped by these inherited genres, epistemologies, and narrative structures that often go unexamined. This approach foregrounds how speculative imaginaries, claims to objectivity, and choreographical logic continue to organize environmental knowledge and policy. This method insists that literary and cultural studies will continue to have a critical role to play in diagnosing the cultural and narrative foundations of environmental decision-making, hopefully revealing how the stories we tell about land and water materially shape the futures we are able to or unable to imagine. Thank you so much for listening. I look forward to your questions at the end of all of our presentations. And final slide is the next one, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much for Dr. Bush for that rich and thought-provoking presentation. Dr. Bush's presentation has demonstrated that narratives do more than describe environmental realities. They actively shape how environments, communities, histories, and multi-species relations are perceived. They can reproduce dominant structures of power, but they may also create alternative ways of understanding environmental justice and imagining more sustainable futures. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will reserve all questions and comments for the joint discussion after our final speaker. So now we will proceed to our third speaker, Professor Friedrich Steilen, who is also joining us online. Okay, let me introduce you to our third speaker, Professor Friedrich Steilen. Our third speaker is Professor Friedrich Steilen, whose work focuses on Indonesia, migration, history, society, and the significance of local experiences and perspective. The topic of his presentation is sustainability and the importance of the local. Sustainability goals commonly address different domains, including the environment, society, and history. However, these goals are often formulated and implemented through top-down approaches. Professor Steilen asked an essential question: how does the local fit within these sustainability agendas? Drawing on his research in Indonesia, he will reflect on the importance of local knowledge, local histories, local experiences, and local communities across several domains of sustainability. His presentation invites us to reconsider sustainability not merely as a universal framework designed from above, but as a process that must engage seriously with the particularities of place, memory, community, and everyday life. Professor Steilen is joining us online and will have a maximum of 30 minutes for his presentation. Professor Steilen, the virtual floor is yours.
Terima kasih banyak. Saya coba share screen, sudah?
Sudah.
Let me check. Sorry, I have to. This one. Oke. Itu untuk mulai, terima kasih untuk undangan untuk ikut dalam konferensi ini, dan khusus untuk Pak Alamsyah yang undang saya, dan salam untuk Pak Wijayanto yang saya kenal dari Leiden. And that's one of the reasons that I put my VU Amsterdam, but also KITLV in my first slide, is that that's the place where I learned to know Pa Vija via Reset when he was doing work in Leiden at our also at our institute. And I also added Universitas Patimura, because for 2 years I was appointed at Universitas Patimura as a professor. And now I'm still visiting and I'm working together with my colleagues there, and I should honor them by by showing that my connection with Universitas Patimura, because part of the work that I'm presenting today is also done together with my colleagues. And coincidentally, one of my close contacts, my close colleagues, Prof. Hermin Sosolisa, is at this moment in Depok at Universitas Indonesia to present a paper on that we wrote together. So it's a kind of a joint research. Let me start with the question that I'm trying to raise, and I will do this in 30 minutes. And it's how the local level can be incorporated into sustainability policies and activities. And I think it really fits together with the two earlier presentations by Professor Norman, who was talking about the duty more than the right of people to act and to be involved in this in the climate change and what he called environmental citizenship. But I would like to add something. It's not just about duty and about the right, but also to be accepted. So if there is differences in responsibility with people in higher echelons, they also should accept people from the grassroots, from the layman people communities, to participate and to acknowledge the local knowledge and the experiences of the local people. And I think this is something that is quite important. And I think at the end of my presentation, you will understand why I said this. And it also connects with the paper of Dr. Tori Bush, especially when she said, we don't have to repeat all these colonial assumptions and concepts. And I think I would add something to that. Why were partly these concepts not working? Because it came from an unequal power relation and from people thinking that they could control the world, and part of them were my ancestors. Like you can see at the background of it's Bandanera. It's where the colonial project of the Netherlands started for the spices in Indonesia. But I think it's also if we can let the local communities be involved in sustainable policy and activities, it's important also to think about power relations that started in colonial eras, and we should not repeat these same power relations. So what I will do is I will give some observations on sustainability and global citizenship. Then I will give two examples of local responses to climate change and environmental issues, based on my own research, but also of one of my PhD students. And then I will go to an example of what I call a local in history and identity. And why do I want to do that? Is because when we think about sustainability, a lot of things people will think sustainability has to do mainly with climate change, environmental issues. But I think there's more, and let me just lean on the development goals of the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. They got 17. But I wanted to bring out, because that's I think connected to the issue that I want to discuss today, and it's goal number 16, which is about promoting peaceful and inclusive societies, providing access to justice for all, and building effective and accountable and inclusive institutions. And when we think about like larger topics like culture and environmental issues and sustainability, when we think about the Indonesian slogan logo or the national Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, it's unity and diversity, and it's very important to bring in this diversity. And I think that's one thing that I want to talk about. I said I wanted to say something about global citizenship, and why? Because and connected to sustainability. One is that at the Vrije Universiteit, we are doing a lot on global citizenship, because the approach of global citizenship would mean that taking care of the universe, taking care of the globe, would be something that give a better and more optimistic future. Just recently, one of my colleagues had his inaugural lecture. It's Professor Freek Colombijn, and one of the things that he was discussing, how can, in the education of anthropology, we can use global citizenship, and should we be optimistic against all odds? If we see what's happening now in the world, can we still think about global citizenship? Well, one of the things that he said is we should be modest. We should be, see other perspectives and try to be broader. And one of his remarks during his inaugural lecture was that when you talk about citizenship, and I think that the same goes for the digital citizenship of Professor Norman, we don't get a passport for global citizenship. We don't give a passport for digital citizenship. It's something that we, in a way, have to earn. And when I was listening to his inaugural lecture, I was thinking about a meeting that was held just 1 month earlier at Vrije Universiteit. There was this symposium, Aurora Symposium on Global Citizenship, and there was Professor Agustin from Benin. And he was talking about universities as a civic anchors, and he was teaching our lessons from Benin and the global citizenship. And one of the things, he was one of the 3 keynote speakers, and there was somebody from the United States, somebody from Germany, and he started his keynote in a very different way. While the American keynote speaker started with saying, "I'm going to tell you how it was and how we should act," and the German keynote speaker was more or less approaching the same way. Professor Agustin started with saying hello from his faculty to the people in the audience. So it was a bonding of people to people, which was something different. And what he was showing from the case of Benin about global citizenship, and compared with what Professor Colombijn said, there is no passport to get a global citizenship. He said something very important. He said, global citizenship has to be earned by taking care of the local. If you don't take care of the local, you don't earn global citizenship. You are not taking, in the terms of Professor Norman, the responsibility for taking care of the globe, or working on together with people to safeguard and to think about a better future of people among the globe. You will not be part of the whole global society. So this is why I think it shows that we have to think about the local when we think about the larger scope of the larger level of the world. Now I'm going to switch to Maluku, to the Moluccan, and I just want to focus there. When I was working in Maluku, and not also from the Netherlands, but also because I'm working on Moluccan diaspora in the Netherlands, who have connections and projects in Maluku. But when I was in Maluku, what I saw, there were a lot of young people working on environmental issues, and I just want to put a focus on one of them. That's Molucca's Coastal Care, and the founder is Teria Salhutero, who we can see here in the middle. Why did I want to focus on Molucca's Coastal Care? Because I think it's a very innovative and very creative effort, and it's small scale. It's community based, and they are doing different things. And I just picked. They have different. You check their website. Where if you look at the different projects that they do, it's really very diverse. Like in the down under, in the right picture down. That's what we call, it's how you call it, fully. It's from the pala, from the nutmeg and they're drying this in a kind of drying house. They are trying to search with the people, the farmers, in ways of improving their products, and by using drying houses they can more guarantee the quality of the fully, and that's one of the ways of getting better prices, but also taking more care of partly of the harvest, but also a response to changing climate change, because there used to be this wet and dry season in Maluku, in which you could count on, you can dry everything outside. But nowadays, it's totally messed up because of the climate change. So it's a kind of trying to find together with the people innovative and new ways of working on the harvesting. Then in the left upper, there is this educatie sampah. Oh, I wrote sapah, but it should be sampah. Sampah, it's the education about waste. How do we deal with waste? It's that they're dealing also with the issue of a lot of plastics in Maluku. It's also an archipelago. There's a lot of waste and a lot of plastics on the islands, but also in the sea. How do we deal with it? So it's about education awareness. Then at the right upper picture, it's a picture of young people being educated to take care of how work with harvesting. And that's what they call Kewang Muda, the young Kewang. Kewang, it's a traditional function in Maluku, where it's a person who has the responsibility to protect and to control harvesting. So what they do, they use traditional concepts to educate young people, but also make them aware of a longer and more traditional, a long term or long history of dealing with nature and environment. And I put there in between brackets SASI, because SASI is a kind of system where there's a taboo on harvesting during a specific period, and it's also a way of controlling harvesting. It's a way of, so there is a kind of idea of local knowledge that they bring in together with this modern, looking for modern new technologies like to do in the drying house. This is a grassroots initiative that is a kind of accepted, but also has to struggle very much to be part of the larger system. Then I shift to another example. That's an example of PhD research by Job Koopman. He used to be a PhD student, now he finished his thesis. And he did research on Lombok among different communities on how the response of small farmers was towards climate change. And what he saw is that there were different ways, it's a diverse way of responding, and there were quite a lot of traditional responses, but there were also a younger group like the millennials who started to do biological farming or combining different ways of farming. So there is a lot of coming from the grassroots. They found ways of dealing with the climate change that were quite extensive in the island of Lombok. And so it was not just traditional, again, like I said, with the Moluccas coastal care, but also there's this modern technological things that they were working on. Taking care, biological farming is something that's really fits into how to deal with climate change. But at the same time, what Job Koopman found is that this knowledge of these local farmers was kind of diminishing when they came to higher levels. So there were central policy, there was a central support. For example, the farmers, they were looking at how the weather was changing to predict whether or not there would be a lot of rain. And now they got apps for the handphone to see how the weather was changing. For the older farmers, that didn't work. For the younger farmers, it worked. But there's a kind of mismatch for the older farmers, but at the same time, the level, when the level was higher, there was a less tuning, there was a less acceptance of the local experiences or the local built knowledge from the farmers in Lombok. So what I see here is again it's a kind what's a learning point is that on the local level there are different initiatives that contribute to sustainability, and there are initiatives that use traditional cultural approaches like the Maluku Coastal Care, but also develop the new models using modern technology. And they are connected with the local communities, but they are not always, and I put this in between the question mark in between brackets, because they are not always, but maybe there is a kind of tendency that as when it comes to a higher level, the local experiences and the local communities are kind of disappearing. Their knowledge, their input. So they have not they have the duty, like Professor Mormon said, to be involved in how to deal with local with climate change, and but at the same time they are not always acknowledged, and I think that's a kind of issue that is in the power relations that Dr. Bush was also talking about. We have to be taking care that we're not repeating what's happening in the past. Let me now move to a work in progress, and this when I started with this goal number 16. That's about inclusiveness, but it's also about identity and owning history. I'm working at the moment with Professor Hermin Sosilisa from Universitas Patimura on a project about local and stored knowledge and power relations, and we are writing it. And it started with in the left part you see the Marcus Mailopo, the expedition Maluku Freiburg, the second Freiburg expedition in München. Professor Treiber and Professor Philip Schors and the PhD student Louisa Martin, they are working on a collection of objects that came from Seram, the island of Seram in Maluku, that was taken by the Freiburg expedition in 1911 and 1912. And in this project, in this expedition, there was what they call assistant at that point, Marcus Mailopo, who was from Seram. He was an educated person, and he was a guy who would, at some point, people would say he's a kind of key informant, because he taught a lot, and he brought a lot of knowledge for the people who were working on this in this Freiburg expedition. He even went with these people from the Freiburg expedition. He went to Germany, and then he helped them again, and then after a year he went to Africa with another expedition, and he disappeared. At the moment, the people from München, Professor Magnus, Philip, and Louisa, they are trying to restore these power relations and saying Marcus was not just a research assistant; he was a co-intellectual. What we now say it's a co-creation, but still, there is this power relation, but that it should be acknowledged. Then one of the other things is that together in 1912 there was this Freiburg expedition, and in 1938 there was this Frobenius expedition bringing a lot of objects again to Germany, where as results some important books about Seram and Maluku, but written by Germans, which is okay, but now they become a kind of knowledge, the truth. So my colleagues in Ambon ask, what is the relationship between the local and the stored knowledge? Because this is a stored knowledge. They bring this knowledge and they put it is this the truth? And how about the dynamics of the local knowledge that people in Maluku Punya, that they have in Maluku, and how do people in Maluku are working? So now we are trying to connect the dynamics of the local knowledge, but because it's the objects that were taken in the beginning of the last century to Germany, parts of them are still used. Some of them are not used anymore. But how do they relate to the local knowledge at this moment? This is about power relations, but it's also about how to continue. So what I give you just some examples of the things that I was working with Ibu Minher Sosilisa to Matacao. So, a tree, sorry. A Matacao is a object that's created with a magic spell. And this is to protect harvest. So if you come into near to what is it, trees, and you see this, or a dusun, a garden, and you see these objects, you should not steal something, because if you steal something, then you will get ill, and it depends on the spell in this matacao, in this object. What is These pictures are from objects that are in Frankfurt at the moment in Germany, and we are working on what is the local knowledge about this matacao at the moment. How does it still work? What can we learn from it? We also from people in Maluku. Why? Because this is part of identity of Maluku, and it's part of the history of Maluku. And if this local knowledge should kind of be accepted and acknowledged by the people in München and in Freiburg to be part of the whole system, to kind of how you said, turn around this and restore or equality instead of the power relations that was in the colonial era, because Frobenius and Freiburg expeditions took place during the Penjajahan plunder and during the Dutch colonial oppression of Indonesia. Well, why is it important to think about this in the context of sustainability and inclusiveness and the power relation that I was talking earlier? One of the reasons is that there is a tendency, again, in Indonesia, but it's not just in Indonesia, I think it's all over the world, to kind of central organize what's happening with cultural heritage, with knowledge, etc., etc. Like BRIN, the Badan Riset en Innovatie Nationaal, is trying to collect, for example, all the collections, archaeological collections in Cibinong. This is a headline from the Tempo in June 2024. What would mean that all the archaeological objects from Maluku should be brought to Java, making a kind of dismatch or to disconnect it with the local community. So it's a question that we raise: how can this local knowledge that we earlier saw also is used for environmental and climate change responses, and this Matacao, for example, it's part of the SASI, where I was talking about, where the Maluku Coastal Care projects are working on too. So it's an important question that we have to relate, and we don't only have to do it through the lenses of the environmental and the climate change, but also through the history, like Dr. Bush was talking about. We also use the literature and language to approach, or the digital approach from Professor Norman. Otherwise, we will lose again, and we will come back with the same slide as Professor Norman started with. At the end, it's getting worse, and we should not repeat it. So, resuming, sustainability and global citizenship begins with caring for and acknowledging the local, with taking power relations into account and drawing on local knowledge. And this creates at the end exclusivity as a foundation for sustainability. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Stalen for your valuable presentation. The presentation has emphasized that sustainability cannot be fully understood or effectively implemented without recognizing the importance of local context. Environmental, social, and historical sustainability must engage with the knowledge, experiences, memories, and priorities of the communities directly involved. We have now heard all three presentations, ladies and gentlemen. We will therefore proceed to the Q&A session. But before that, I want to kindly invite Professor Nurman to return to the stage and join us for the Q&A session. We also invite Dr. Bush and Professor Stalen to remain online for the discussion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the Q&A sessions, you may now address your questions to one particular speaker or invite responses from more than one speakers is allowed. When asking question, please briefly introduce yourself and indicate the speaker to whom your question is addressed. For the Q&A session, I will open for 3 questions first.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dery Risdiana from National Research and Innovation Agency, PRIN. Yeah, the question will be delivered to Professor Stalen. Yeah, as Professor state about the PRIN ya, tadi sudah disinggung terkait dengan PRIN memindahkan benda-benda artefak dari Barus ke Cipinang. Terima kasih atas kritikannya. But my question is about sustainability and the local. I think it is very important topic, yeah, as you said, Professor Stalen, and we have to taking care of the local. But nowadays the government often neglected the local knowledge that have the role of our sustainability. For example, there is a tradition, Aruh tradition from Dayak Meratus. It is one of the tradition from South Kalimantan, the ethnic group from Borneo, that have the role of food sovereignty from Indonesia. But this tradition often neglected from the government. Maybe you have a kind of suggestion how the local knowledge like this tradition can be implemented for the government policy. Maybe you have many kind of policy of suggestion about that. So I'm very agree with your statement that the local knowledge have to be part of our policy, have to be inclusive and not centralized, like as you said, when the artifact from the Paros have to be moved to Cipinang from the Tempo newspaper. I'm agree with your statement because we have to own our identity, our culture. Jika itu di Batak ya sudah di sana saja. Seperti barang-barang artefak yang di Kalimantan juga harus dibawa ke Jakarta begitu. Jadi masyarakat itu sendiri malah kehilangan ini ya identitas budayanya. Seperti juga yang ada di Kalimantan Timur, Yupa itu ada di Museum Jakarta jika ingin menemukannya. Mungkin juga ada di Leiden begitu ya, Prof. Stalen. Jadi saya sangat setuju dengan Prof. Stalen. Jadi identitas itu harus dari budaya masyarakat itu sendiri harus dikembalikan ke masyarakat. Thank you, Professor Stalen.
Okay, we will hold the response first, and then the second questions. Do we have second questions here?
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Friedrich Stalen. I am Adelia from Social Anthropology program in Universitas Diponegoro, and this is my concern about when we're thinking about the local. For example, in this uncertainty in this global world, we must be thinking about how the local people are survive the uncertainties itself. And this is my question. It's maybe related to your opinions about your experience in Indonesia. How do you see the future of the global citizenship? And because here is there any opportunities for the local people to actually now focus on self-sufficiency for their futures regarding their now they are maybe like they can really depend on the state itself. So because now we also have another competition, another concept to challenge the green growth era, which is degrowth, and how the people are trying to build a more, I don't know, the life like more communal way, the way they're living. Is there any, do you see that in the future we're going to have that things, and then this must be also implications for the state itself, how they navigate their national economic if the citizens already self-sufficient. And yeah, I want you to have this opinion about this stuff. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now we go into the third question.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Bagus. I'm from Department of History. I have a question to Prof. Norman. First of all, I have to apologize that I'm partly agree with Prof. Norman when you said that ecological problem is about man or manusia, but in my perspective, environmental problem is about political and economy. And political and economy is not about man, it's about number, I think. Right? In politics, there is no man. I have two kind of concept. First one offered by Noam Chomsky, manufacturing concern. So concern is not developed naturally, it's manufactured, I think. In that perspective, it's about knowledge productions, and you said a lot of knowledge productions and how it produced, how it delivered, but again, there is story behind it. And second one is the concept offered by Jason, I forget the name, but the concept is capitalism. It's kind of questioning, is it anthropocene? Is it the person who changed the ecology, the nature, or is it about capital? So I just wonder how you see on this, because when it capitalism, it's not about man, actually. It's about capital. And in the end, knowledge protections play in significant role, I think. So I just wonder what's your view on this. And second question is, it's quite provoking. What kind of situations you think that put government with no choice rather than do what they should do? What I mean by that, less harmful, I think, for the ecology, and in terms of digital literacy, I think. Thank you, Prof. Norman. Makasih, Mbak.
Okay, thank you. Now we will hear the response from Professor Stalen first to the first and second questions.
Terima kasih untuk pertanyaan, and I think it's important. Maybe before I start my answer, I should say something else. I was working for a long time for a project, and it's still running. It's called Recording the Future. We were filming daily life in Indonesia at 8 locations, and it's spread all over the country. So it's in Java, it's in Kalimantan, it's in Ternate, it's in Toraja, it's in Kepulauan Riau, so I saw a lot of differences when, for example, the first question, it's like a suggestion how to bring in local tradition or local experiences into national policy. So I saw a lot of things in different things in Indonesia, and one thing that I saw is, and I think that's important, but it's a challenge. It's really it's complicated how to acknowledge what's happening and to incorporate what's happening in local situations within a national in national policy. Indonesia is very fast. It's a big country. It's large, with a lot of differences. Differences in topography. So there's the archipelago, or there are small islands there, and in fact, if you want to have a national policy, you have to reckon with all these kind of differences. Just a small example: when I was in Maluku, I was seeing how the healthcare system was organized, and partly it was designed from Java, where you can go from one puskesmas to another puskesmas to another hospital, which is different than when you were in islands. You have to go by boat, and sometimes when there's ombok besar, if the high waves in the sea is heavy, you cannot go to the other island. So there are different conditions for the policy. So that's, I think, the first thing that has to be taken into account, that the awareness that you cannot make everything, start everything and from a design from Jakarta or next maybe Nusantara in Kalimantan, the new capital of Indonesia. So that's one remark. At the same time, I see people feel it to be Indonesian, and there's a lot of mobility. So there's a lot of exchange of ideas, a lot of exchange of experiences. People in Riau, I encounter people from Java who are working there. So there's a lot of other kind of communication that's not going through the headquarters and the ministries in Jakarta, but on the level of the people. But it's a challenge, and I don't think there is one answer to how to find a way of a suggestion of how to incorporate, then other than be aware of these differences, and in fact check every time, if you have a new policy, whether or not this will fit to adjust this to the local situation. And you can do this only with communicating with the people and listening to what they are saying, and not like sometimes I'm afraid that some of the ministers are acting the same way as my ancestors, who were thinking that they knew best in Indonesia, in the colonial era. So there should be this system. So it's not just about peraturan, but it's really about listening. There are a lot of initiatives. There is the masyarakat adat, the movements, and I think there are the tools that can be used for communication. But most important thing is that you should not try to find a uniform way of approaching everything. You have to be more open for local and regional differences. I think that's one of the suggestions I would make also for Brin. I think Brin is doing partly a good job when it's not just centralizing, because they're going into the field with teams, and I think that's also, at least that's what I knew from my counterparts when they were still LIPI, and I think that was a good thing. At the same time, for the second question, how do you deal with if people getting self-sufficient, and then how do you is there a kind of conflict, or how does it work with the national economics? I don't think there will be, because nowadays in this globalized world, local communities there will not be self-sufficient. What will be the impact of giving more space and acknowledgement to local knowledge is that people in the local situation will be better will have better tools to work for their own future. I don't think that we will return to the systems where there will be small pockets of self-sufficient suku or regions, it will all be kind of fit in a national economics. But the national economics should be more Bhinneka Tunggal Ika than one uniform way of organizing the economics to fit it into peraturan. I think that would be the most important issue. So I think the thinking about power relations, thinking about not trying to make it uniform, but be more open to, and there are a lot of tools. And I think Prof. Norman, who's the expert on the digital communication, but I know Pa WR Reset Pa Bija also. I think there's a lot of also modern tools that we can use for this communication and acknowledgement of local knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now we will give Prof. Nurmas to answer the third questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Bagus, atas soalan yang dikemukakan tadi. Soalan yang pertama berkaitan tentang perspektif di mana you disagree with what I have presented, what I have shared. I think it's very common in knowledge creation when we talk about something. That's why I have actually presented the theory that I have referred, the underpinning theories. So untuk sesuatu perkara itu memang biasa untuk setiap orang bersetuju dan tidak bersetuju. That's why that's why we have got the philosophical assumption, we have got the paradigm. Okay, that is important. That's why prior to explaining why I viewed this as like this, I have shared with you the three competing theories that I've presented. That's why bila kita buat review, for example, when we want to develop a theoretical framework or conceptual framework, we have to do a theoretical review. So we will review all relevant theories, framework, and model. And at times we will see that some of the theories are competing and then conflicting. That's very common. So in my case, I have to choose something that is favorable to me without undermining other theories. So if you say you disagree with that perspective and you have your own reason why you disagree, I think it's fine. That is very normal in knowledge discourse. And then second part, you talk about government and what? Digital literacy, something like that? Second question, I terlupa apa soalan dia.
Give kind of no life choice for the government not to do directing this issue.
Okay.
So in terms of
yeah, thank you for that question. Okay, now maybe I can share the experience in Malaysia because I'm involved with the accreditation. In Malaysia, the government through the Malaysian Qualification Accreditation Agency has made it compulsory at the university level for each program. Each program we have got courses offered, and each courses we have got the course learning outcome, 3 or 4 course learning outcome, right? And then the attainment of this course learning outcome must be measured through probably assignment, test, project. And then this course learning outcome, we have got this cognitive, psychomotor, affective, and this course learning outcome will be mapped to the what we call program learning outcome. So in the program learning outcome, we have got 11 domain, and now we have added another 2 additional domain, that is SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, and VBE, Value-Based Education, meaning to say every program, academic program in Malaysia, when we teach whatever subject, in the assessment, must have got this SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, embedded within, and also value-based education. So that means we embed together the use of technology, digital, and then that must be assessed in the form of assignment, in the form of test or exam. So this is how the government, enforce how this awareness and also implementation of SDG, environmental, and also at the same time, now we have the national test where everyone can take the AI test, and government staff like me, it is compulsory. We have to take tests and then we have to pass certain level of this assessment at the digital level. Same goes to the at the what do you call secondary school and also primary school. So this is examples. I think in some other countries also they are doing that, and I'm not sure in the Indonesian context.
Okay.
Has that answered your question, Mr. Bagus? Or okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Nurmans. And then we only open for one more questions. Okay, Bu Eta.
Thank you. My name is Eta Farmasilia Nurul Hadi. I'm from the English Department, Bonner University. And I have a question for Tori. Hi, Tori. Nice to meet you again. Hopefully next time we can meet in person. So your project is interesting. So you explained to us the necessity to weave critical literary analysis into the study and creation of environmental policy in order to avoid repeating systemic mistakes of the past. And yeah, I can see that you show to us the value of reading policy documents and scientific texts through the interpretive frameworks of literary and cultural analysis. The question is, Professor Sen has, I think, has already given us an example of how it actually applies in Indonesian context in Maluku. So I wonder if you can give us some information maybe, or to what extent actually these literary studies, you mentioned the critical role of literary studies to play in the diagnosing the cultural and narrative foundation of environmental decision making. It's a great project. The question is to what extent we can actually influence, I mean, this kind of project, how this kind of project can actually influence the decision maker, the microphone. Yeah, to what extent do you think this project will influence or affect the policymaker to listen and also to, of course, to change the policy related to environment, and also to, well, to raise awareness probably for all of us to pay attention to policy documents, because sometimes, well, in general, we don't really read policy documents. And when we are talking about literary studies, policy documents, as you said, is not part of the object of literary studies, but it is interesting that it's actually critical for us to analyze and reading policy documents, and hopefully in a hope to influence the policy decision making. I think that's my question. And probably Professor Hussein and Professor Normans can also add to this discussion using Malaysian context, probably because Tori, I believe, will give us more insight on the American context, specifically probably Louisiana. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Eta Parmasilia Nurul Hadi. And maybe Dr. Bush wants to give a response first. Okay.
Thank you so much for that wonderful question. And a really important question. I think part of the engine that is really powering some of my thinking right now is that it's a very dark time in universities in the United States. There's a lot of attacks on the humanities, especially right now. And for me, I think stories and narratives are really essential for really understanding closely how we connect to the environment around us and how we reshape our relationships to them. I think environmental humanities is one of this really magical fields that allows us to bring together really disparate things. So we read policy documents. We also read 18th century historical documents as well, alongside literature. And so I think environmental humanities has a really beautiful space in which it allows all of these things to coexist so we can think alongside it. I think in regards to how literary studies will really actually influence policy, I think it's sort of going back to Professor Steeljan's idea around, I think, connecting local ideas to broad state policies. For example, in my research, I think a lot about this broad coastal restoration plan. That's a state plan. And I think bringing local ideas is part of that process in which they are enacting this. However, they're not necessarily getting critical feedback afterwards. And so I think literary analysis, or our work as academics across all fields, is really to think more deeply and more critically about these documents, to publish about them, to speak about them with other people like we are today. I'm so grateful to think about this with an international community and learn alongside you. And I think trying to impact state policies and national policies is a work that takes many different methods and approaches and strategies. And I think literary analysis is a really important one. I also think it is important to have community action, representing local knowledges, having that digital civil citizenship, as we're talking about today. So I think impacting larger policy requires many different approaches, and I think this is one very essential approach that I'm advocating for. But I'm happy to be in conversation with my other interlocutors if they have anything to add on this.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bush. And maybe Prof. Stalen would like to add any comments?
Just really, it opens a very beautiful addition to what I said about the first question, how for a suggestion of, getting traditional and local knowledge into the it's not about it's about literacy, but it's also about sejarah lisan, about traditional how you call it, oral history, oral tradition, because a lot of stories in Maluku, and not only in Maluku, but it's also on the Dayak and other places, is a way of collecting sejarah lisan, tradition, oral tradition, especially about how people talk about climate, about weather, about, is a way of bringing and starting this also, that it can be something that's been done by Bryn. It's a way of getting to bring in the knowledge and the traditional and the experiences of local communities to the fore, and to acknowledge their stories. And I think that's so the contribution of literacy, but then also in the form, in the way of oral literacy, is a way of contributing to a better approach of sustainability, and bringing in the local voices into the realm of this. So I really definitely would think to do that, and also do kind of critical analysis of stories, like the story of Job Koopman, when he was starting his work in Lombok. He asked about how the weather was, and the people said, yeah, nowadays it's raining more, so it's not like it used to be, but this is just an incident. And then he said, how long is this incident already working? You're already 10 years, so it's not an incident anymore. So it's a kind of also critical analysis of the stories of people about weather and about climate. But to bring in the sejarah lisan, the traditional, the stories, so the literacy, it's a way of bringing the voices of the people from grassroots into the discussion. So great.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Stalen. And maybe Professor Nurmans wants to add a final remarks or another comment?
Yeah, thank you. thank you, the two speakers. I think both of you mentioned about digital literacy, digital competencies, which is very much related to the work that I have presented. So my idea when I presented the work, my assumption is that the majority of people used to this, they have access to these digital technologies. But of course, there are people who are living in the remote area, they are still deprived. They don't have access to digital technology. So uh, probably the model may not be working for those people living in the remote area. So we have to provide some support because these people are deprived not having access to technology, digital technology. So the model that I presented are taking assumption the people who have access to technology, digital technology. So when these people have access, we have to utilize this opportunity to give them the awareness, knowledge, and develop that citizenship mind, Probably the term used by Prof. Firdaus is the global citizenship, but I coined the word environmental citizenship. So you use this technology because they have the tool just in front of them. All right. So that's the thing that I want to add on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, due to time constraints, we have to conclude the Q&A sessions. We sincerely apologize that we are unable to accommodate further questions. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask for one more round of applause for our wonderful three keynote speakers. Professor Nurmans and Dr. Bush, also Professor Stalen. Thank you for sharing knowledge and research experience that are valuable for us here. And that concludes the first plenary sessions, and I will return it to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to take a break. Please return promptly at 1 p.m. Jakarta time so we can resume the session on schedule. Should you need any assistance or information, our committee will be available to help. Thank you and enjoy your break.
Ika udah bikin PPT. Udah kirim. Aku tuh belum sempet. Mbak, tapi nggak jadi moderator kan ya?
Enggak. Tapi masih pertama kali, Mbak.
Apa?
Itu.
Center. Yang dulu mahasiswa ya, Mbak? Ya?
Oh my God. Dulu? Enggak.
Di butuh meja. Butuh meja enggak? Enggak apa-apa. Di sini boleh. Di sini. Kalau butuh. Ya, di sini juga.
Thank you. Bisa kenapa Mbak Ida? Lima.
Coba tinggal nunggu sudah.
Enggak kelas.
Enggak.
Beda aja.
Beda angkatan. Baru kenal ya. Karena yang gue biasa ngisi di ini summer course. Ika tuh asalnya mana?
Lembang.
Rembang.
Mbak Dea.
Malang.
Satunya tuh gimana? Surabaya ya?
Iya. Mbak satunya?
Undip.
Undip ya? S2-nya?
IPM, Mbak.
Sama berarti.
Di mana, Mbak? Pasang, Gedung Pasang.
Enggak sih.
Oh, enggak ya?
B,
Oh ya, kan itu ya. Itu di Gedung Pasang.
Apa tuh? Lupus Mbak? Di gedung Mbak itu.
Pemintaan-pemintaannya itu manajemen informasi dan perpustakaan. Cuma broadcast-nya itu masuknya kajian budaya dan media.
Tuh, maaf.
Ya, lebih ke peminatannya gitu.
Lagi buka ini kajian media dan budaya. Apa? Scholarship itu loh Mbak buat S3 sebenarnya. Dia moderator kedua kan Bu Dina. Orangnya tuh sebenarnya ngira orang itu moderator kecil-kecil tuh enggak.
Kemarin juga cerita gitu.
Bukan. Baru pas H-5 paling. Jadi maksudnya saya moderator yang utama. Shock. Udah mau nyari-nyari lagi enggak mungkin bisa kan Mbak. Yang di foto anaknya Mbak itu.
Mau 4 tahun bulan ini Mbak. Akhir bulan 4 tahun.
Terus kalau kayak gini di rumah sama siapa?
Bisa kayak
Daycare. Daycare-nya di mana Mbak?
Tentaan Mbak. Daerah Bukit Pencana.
Buat pernikahan.
Turunan step Pencana.
Turunan. Nanti nenek kakaknya nggak di sini semua ya?
Rembang. Suami kan juga asli Rembang. Dan juga sama. Kakak neneknya kan ya pengennya bisa ditinggal sini aja. Tapi kan nggak tega ya. Terus ya pengennya kan pola asuhnya yang gede. Kan kadang ada perbedaan pola asuh ya.
Iya.
Apa? Makanya itu.
Kayak dulu ganti-ganti nggak sih Mbak? Ganti tiket, ganti masuk gitu.
Apa? Awal-awal.
Waktu awal-awal.
Pas di sini, pas di sini.
Nah.
Kebetulan enggak sih Mbak, langsung dari awal. Langsung aja. Mungkin ya awal-awal adaptasi sih, lebih ke adaptasi. Jadi kayak 2 minggu pertama itu mesti sering nangis, terus ya gitu nggak nangis nampak lah tapi lama-lama kan terus kenal temen-temennya ya udah kayak biasa aja sekarang. Malah seneng Pak.
Dulu udah ganti sama gede masih ada tuh.
Kenapa itu?
Pokoknya nggak cocok sama maksudnya kayak
Jokernya.
orangnya apa enggak? Dia beda pandangan tentang
Oh, pribadi atau
tetangga dulu awalnya.
bukan gitu kan? Ya sih. Kalau kalau malah yang sendiri kan maksudnya dikasih kayak perorangan itu malah itu kayak gitu dulu pas di Rembang itu juga kan saya di Rembang dulu kerja kan ya itu juga tak titipin si orang gitu kan itu juga sebenarnya nggak malah jadi ini apa ya
Engagement ya Mbak ya.
kan kalau di DP kan udah kayak ada pelatihan apa gimana gitu kan ya mungkin terkadang kan ada beberapa daerah yang berita kayak ngeri-ngeri
Iya,
gitu tapi kan mungkin nggak
Terus
semuanya
nge-select.
Heeh. Dulu pas perorangan ya juga gitu Mbak waktu anakku sebelum pindah ke sini itu dia jadi ketergantungan fix sosialnya harus diputerin dulu naik motor karena dibiasain sama yang ngomong pas mau tidur siang itu diputerin sampai kan masih kecil kan diputerin dulu kemana-mana gitu kan biar tidur tapi terus
Akhirnya malah kebiasaan kan.
ya kebiasaan dia terus kulitnya jadi menggel kan siang bolong kan panas banget Mbak itu diajak muter sampai tidur kan tuh. Terus itu sih yang PR itu pas misal weekend gitu kan di rumah kan kita harus
Sampai sekarang masih minta gitu.
sekarang nggak pas deket-deket mau pindah ke Semarang itu sama suami ditega-tegain aja mesti nggak misal dia mau mereka itu biarin senangis-nangisnya jadi sampai nangis sejak gitu mbak gak kita turutin buat naik motor sampai tidur-tidur sendiri
Iya,
gitu.
iya.
Kayak ditega-tegain aja sampai berminggu-minggu terus akhirnya ya udah kayak
Akhirnya ini.
untungnya
Kebiasaan. Itu mbak yang di Pak Fauzan yang Kasindo itu kan punya deh.
Oh di situ Fauzan Kasindo
Bilangnya
di daerah
pemiliknya,
mana itu
istrinya di Mulawarman.
nggak cocok di situ
Cocok kalau yang itu. Jadi yang paling akhir itu
berapa mbak di situ
aduh kok belum satu punya berapa
lumayan mahal ya lumayan mahal sih
seingat tergantung usia kan.
kayaknya kalau bayi kan lebih mahal kenapa mbak adiknya sakit ya
Itu dulu karena prematur jadi sistem imunnya kan udah bagus gitu jadi sering sakit sering demam
lagi aku mau ambil buah nanti diambil gasnya kan ya
Jadi dia langsung akhirnya agak mudah
Menentukan pilihan Kak. Sudah. Disurvei dulu. Besok pas presentasi itu, presentasinya kan 10 menit. Setelah itu langsung tanya jawab itu.
Tanya jawabnya di akhir, Mbak.
Oh gitu.
Mm-mm.
Hmm.
Iya, Nanda. Kayaknya udah lebih soalnya.
Kok gara-gara SEO? Enggak, orang tidak keluar.
Nggak diambil-ambil ya?
Iya. Jadi kelihatan sudah aja.
Kayaknya berapa piring ini?
Pernah carry di negara dulu, atau kan tidak perlu dengan jadi
Ya, terima kasih.
absen dong, baik jadi Iya.
Maksimal karena dosen di awal presentasinya kalau nggak dapat dosen nanti cuma gitu. Harus ada jangan kabur. Apa kan? Pak Jokowi, punya air dong. Tak bahagiamu. Ngono Pak. Iki sikile tenan ngono iki lho guys. Sepatunya juga betulnya juga betul tuntas dengan dia. Ayo, apa tuh jelas ini? Selamat tinggal. Apa cah? Itu kali batak. Kali batak.
Dengan apa ya?
Mari kita
Kenyangan. Kayak nanti aku ngantuk guys. Kamar kan? Ngantuk habis makan ngantuk ya. Ya enggak tahu. Ya, iya, Bu. Mbak Dita, operator harusnya dikasih nginep tuh. Kayak makrab gitu ya. Ketuanya. Rombongan ilmus, Mbak. Karena ya, Mas Gani takut suruh ketuanya Mas Gani. Nanti kita
Dan kalian percaya dengan orang in itu.
besok. Mungkin jelas. Berarti dulu Saudara udah pernah.
Aku orang bingung.
Job desk itu merembet-rembet tuh. Awalnya cuma paper gengsi. Awalnya cuma paper gengsi. Terus ini desain, tiba-tiba desain, terus tiba-tiba dan ini bukan, saya cuma yang desain ini. Aman. Heeh. Yang ini mahasiswa kayaknya yang share di mahasiswa yang bikin. Layarnya beda sama ini berarti. Tipe kali ya. Emang itu nulis ini aja sampai itu loh Bu apa? Nggak tahu itunya. Katanya gitu acara. Jadi udah pulang gitu Mas. Ada duit. Diskusinya cuma 15 menit kan. Ini jawaban cuma 15 menit. 15 menit. Kok namanya berani? Apa jenenge presentasi 10 menit. Terus tadi itu 20. 20 ya. Kirain 15. Mungkin tahun lalu pas saya ikut nggak ada yang tanya itu. Saya habis presentasi mas kabur. Ke toiletnya sampai jam 10 Bu. Terus itu tadi. Iya, disekat. Iya, disekat. Iya, segini aja sih. Oh iya, 3. Sama nggak tahu sama nama. Biasanya yang daerah sini ya. Online bisa. Live. Kayak siswa gitu. Maaf, sinyalnya lagi degan gue ke kamar mandi.
Terus mau tulis udah mau ke kamera, tapi mau tulis apa di share screen.
Terus maksudnya kedengeran ya terus lift ya naik terus WA panitia Maaf ya koneksi saya hilang.
Mẹ tôi mong chứ chẳng cái diterima oleh kita yang pun.
Si hari memang menjelaskan dari maju nanti kan karena makan siang di salah tiga. Tapi beli kakaknya di makan siang mau aja ya. Gantian ada bang. Padahal aku juga bilang. Modus kayak gimana? Kan udah cukup. Ya, udah aku. Tapi begitu
Maaf yang mau sholat nggak? Maaf yang mau sholat nggak? Di sini kan ya? Hah? Oh, di sini.
pengen ujian naik Mani, oh no, on a follow.
Saya udah lupa Bu, saya nggak kenal tes lagi. Udah tahu. Bahasa Indonesia. Karena tuh kalau tahun lalu juga banyak yang campuran semua.
Ngana kok mondok ke ora.
Kalau offline ke toilet Bu, kalau offline ke toilet. Ayo. Saya mau nginep. Nggak tahu Bu, nggak ada nyatanya.
Bikin aku pikir terkait dengan mungkin itu contoh.
Yang bawah. Mau nih gue bisa pikir tengok enak. Termasuk mana juga. Bintang dengan bintang. Di bintang.
Kau udah masak ya? Oh, gila Aina. Oh, kapan tidak? Jadi ditakut nih. Kita ada iPad. Satu hari setelah. Ya. Saya tahu dia itu mintanya kita sulit dia. Ini dia mau aku lakukan juga yang Okay. Yeah. Yeah. If it's omnipresent, it's possible. It's most really.
Makin different dong. Oh,
Is that yeah. We're not Yes.
I look, but I'm not much difficult. You can go DNA test. Negara, they can line with weight. And they are like yeah. But semua orang dulunya gimana mereka ada yang pindah ada yang yeah. Saya mainnya. Aku yo nunggu-nunggu wis. Since you're the MC. Yeah.
Enggak.
Ya, kamu masih tuh.
Sendiri atau
Gimana ya? Gentlemen, that our break period has ended. We respectfully request that you return to your seat as we proceed with the remainder of our session. Thank you. Dari sini kan ini udah, tapi nanti kita langsung ke lagi inform ya.
Kamu mau lihat nggak? Aku pertama kali lihat Nadira di mana?
Di mana?
Mau lihat nggak?
Nadira Mi?
Iya.
Where? Di Google.
Enggak. It's cute, wait, mana ya? This is the first time I see.
Wow, no, wow. That is the first time I saw you juga. Karena habis bikin
Malu banget ya.
itu aku bikinan juga kali. Mimpi sebenarnya kayak gini. So kayak malam yang 9 yang situ.
Lihat Kak. Benci banget.
Habis mandi ya?
Ya.
Oke. Terus aku yang minta deh. Oke. Q&A closing. Oh, oke.
Ora iki arep pindah. Iya, yuk kita buka lagi. Gimana tuh?
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope you had a refreshing break. We're now ready to begin our next plenary session. For this session, we are pleased to welcome our second moderator, Dr. Lina Rosliana.
Dr. Lina Rosliana, SSM Home PhD, specializing in Japanese linguistic, applied linguistic, and translation studies. In Universitas Diponegoro, her focus involved an interdisciplinary approach combining linguistic, comparative literature, anthropology, and post-colonial studies.
Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Lina and our speaker for these sessions. Time is yours.
Good afternoon, distinguished keynote speakers, respected academics, researchers, and participants. I hope you all had a pleasant and refreshing lunch break. It is my pleasure to welcome you back to the afternoon keynote session of the fourth International Conference on Culture and Sustainable Development ICOCAS 2026. My name is Lina Rosliana, and I'm honored to serve as a moderator for this afternoon keynote session. This afternoon, we are privileged to hear from four distinguished keynote speakers. We warmly welcome Dr. Amir Rashad Mustafa from University Malaya, Malaysia. And we are also delighted to welcome Professor Ivo Carneiro de Souza, representing Macau Polytechnic University, Dr. Anita Dewi from Charles III University, and Dr. Niall Curry from Manchester Metropolitan University. We are delighted that Dr. Rashad is here with us in person this afternoon. Welcome to Semarang, Dr. Rashad. And to Professor De Souza, Dr. Anita, and Dr. Curry, who are joining us online via Zoom, a very warm greeting from Semarang. We are delighted to have you with us, and thank you for joining today's keynote session. Each keynote presentation will last a maximum 30 minutes, followed by a joint question and answer session after all presentations have concluded. So without further ado, let us begin our afternoon keynote session. Our first keynote presentation this afternoon will be delivered by Dr. Amir Rashad Mustafa from the Faculty of Languages and Linguistics, University Malaya, Malaysia. May I kindly invite Dr. Amir Rashad Mustafa to the stage. Let's give applause to Dr. Rashad, everyone. Welcome, Dr. Rashad. It's a great pleasure to have you with us today. Before we hear the keynote presentation, please allow me to briefly introduce Dr. Rashad by reading his biography. Dr. Amir Rashad Mustafa is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Languages and Linguistics, University Malaya. He holds a PhD in Linguistics and English Language from the University of Edinburgh. His research expertise lies in Malay morphosyntax, with a particular focus on copular clauses and expletive constructions within the framework of generative grammar. He is also actively engaged in historical linguistics and language acquisition, investigating the grammar of Old Malay, the diachronic development of Malay syntax and morphology, and the acquisition of morphosyntax among Malay-speaking children. He has presented his research at international conferences, including the 21st ILA World Conferences in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, the 28th International Symposium on Malay-Indonesian Linguistics in Bali, Indonesia, and the 27th International Symposium on Theoretical and Applied Linguistics in Thessaloniki, Greece. He has also delivered plenary talks on Sanskrit influence in Malay. Today, Dr. Rashad will deliver his presentation entitled The Missing Corpus, Building the Foundation for Old Malay Historical Linguistics. Dr. Rashad, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. Right, so I don't see Professor Wijayanto, but I'm just going to say his name anyway. So, Your Excellency, Professor Wijayanto, Vice Rector of Universitas Diponegoro, Professor Alamsyah, wherever he is, Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Diponegoro, Honorable Vice Deans of the Faculty of Humanities, distinguished colleagues and lecturers of Universitas Diponegoro, fellow keynote speakers, distinguished participants, and ladies and gentlemen. It's a tremendous honor and privilege to be invited to deliver a keynote address at ICOCAS 2026. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee, particularly the Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Diponegoro, for their generous invitation and warm hospitality. But before I begin and deliver my keynote address, I would like to ask the audience, could I see a show of hands of those of you who work in linguistics? Ada yang berkecimpung dalam bidang linguistik enggak? Dua orang? Tiga? Hanya beberapa ya? Okay, so not very many. Okay, what about bidang sejarah? Ternyata hanya satu, dua, tiga, dan beberapa lagi. Ya, dan yang lain-lainnya selain daripada itu dalam bidang apa ya? Sastra, right? So humanities. Well, in fact, today I'll be delivering a speech, a presentation about language, linguistics, history as well, and perhaps some more information about humanities as well. So I would like to, first of all, commend the organizer for selecting such a timely and thought-provoking conference theme, which is rethinking environmental sustainability in Indonesia, environmental justice and community resilience. Now, my research has to do with Indonesia as well, because I do research in the field of Old Malay, which is a state of the language that both Malaysia and Indonesia have something in common with, right? So Old Malay allowed Bahasa Indonesia and Bahasa Malaysia to come about many, many centuries after the time of Sriwijaya and so on. So that's something the historians are very familiar with. right? So at first glance, the study of all Malay inscriptions, which is what I will be presenting, and corpus linguistics may appear to stand some distance from discussion of environmental sustainability, which is something that has to do with today's theme, right? But I would like to say that actually, in reality, what I will be presenting today with regard to Old Malay and corpus linguistics does have to do with environmental studies as well, right? So I'd argue that they are deeply connected. The preservation of our linguistic heritage, our environment, and heritage itself is an act of sustainability, just as we strive to protect forests, ecosystems, and cultural landscapes for future generations. We must also preserve the intellectual and linguistic landscapes that embody the history, knowledge, and identity of our societies. Now, the Old Malay inscriptions record not only the earlier stages of the Malay language, but also certain events that involve the ecosystem as well, as we shall see in one of the inscriptions that I will be presenting later. So the ways in which past communities understood governance, religion, society, and their relationship with the natural world. Seperti yang saya akan tunjukkan nanti, terdapat prasasti yang menunjukkan bahawa terdapat contohnya kebun-kebun dan dusun yang telah ditubuhkan oleh pemerintah pada zaman Sriwijaya dan sebagainya. Right, so by developing a digital corpus, which is what I will be presenting, of the texts that have to do with Old Malay, we are not merely creating a research tool, we are also safeguarding an irreplaceable cultural resource and ensuring that this knowledge remains accessible to future generations as well. Because Old Malay is something that most people in history and linguistics look into. Not many people in today's society are very interested in Old Malay anyway, because we don't really speak Old Malay anymore. We speak Bahasa Indonesia, we speak Bahasa Malaysia, the current state and stage of the languages, right? So not many people are very interested in these things anymore. However, in the sense, digital preservation contributes to cultural resilience, complementing the broader goals of environmental and community sustainable. So, well, that was actually just my introduction. We'll go on afterwards with my actual presentation. So today I'm delighted to share with you my keynote entitled The Missing Corpus, Building the Foundations for Old Malay Historical Linguistics. Okay, in this keynote, I will argue that although Old Malay forms the earliest documented stage of the Malay language and is fundamental to our understanding of the linguistics and cultural history of maritime Southeast Asia, the field still lacks one of its most essential research infrastructures, which is basically a corpus of Old Malay, which is a comprehensive, searchable, and linguistically annotated digital corpus, not just a collection of Old Malay inscriptions on a website, but a totally new kind of thing where we have, well, not really new, but a totally new infrastructure in terms of the corpus itself, where it includes all of the metadata and so on, right? So I'll discuss about why addressing this gap is crucial, how corpus linguistic methodologies can transform the study of Old Malay, and how such a corpus can preserve our shared cultural heritage while opening new avenues for research in historical linguistics, lexicography, and the digital humanities as well. So I hope this keynote demonstrates that sustainability is not only about conserving the physical environment, but also about preserving the knowledge systems, languages, culture, documentary heritage that connect us to our past and strengthen the resilience of our communities for the future. Without further ado, let's begin. Right, so first of all, we have what we could always see as a gap in the studies in corpus linguistics in Bahasa Melayu, Bahasa Indonesia as well. Right, so Malay already has a corpus of resources for later stages, for example, in classical Malay, in Bahasa Melayu Contemporary, modern Malay as well. So if you're familiar with the studies, research in corpus linguistics in Bahasa Melayu and Bahasa Indonesia, we already have established corpora that include text, speech, and other forms of language as well in these states of the language, in Bahasa Melayu modern as well. For example, we have the corpus DBP, which is very big. It's a very big corpus. It's an extensive corpus ecosystem that has modern Malay, which includes stuff such as newspapers, magazines, Hansards and laws, and so many other things as well. I'm quite sure that in Indonesia, you do also have a corpus, quite a big corpus on Bahasa Indonesia as well. So right now we have an extensive corpus ecosystem for this state of the language. As for classical Malay, we also have something like this as well. We do have the MCP corpus by Australian National University, which includes various hikayat. For example, hikayat Merong Bahawangsa, hikayat Hang Tua, hikayat Burung Bayan dan sebagainya. Terdapat korpus klasikal bahasa Melayu klasikal juga, tetapi yang belum wujud lagi pada waktu ini ialah korpus bahasa Melayu kuno. So as you can see, Old Malay here, which is the state of the Malay language from the 7th to the 14th century, we don't have a corpus for that just yet, right? There's no comparable linguistically annotated corpus. Not just an annotated one, but also a full corpus as well.
Oh, the microphone is on.
It's on already. Hello, hello.
Okay, we're still waiting our technical team to get the slides back. It's ready? Okay. Okay.
Okay.
It's ready.
Okay, good. Let's see yet. So anyway, like I mentioned just now, other than the environmental part with regard to preserving all Malay inscriptions and developing an all Malay corpus as well, other than that, you might also be thinking, what else can we gain from a corpus of all Malay, right? So now we already have editions of the inscriptions. We already have translations. Researchers have also been studying all Malay for almost a century. So why should it be important then? The answer is that there's an important difference between studying inscriptions and studying language. What we do in linguistics is that we study language, not just inscriptions in isolation, right? Because if we just study inscriptions, we can see what's happening within the inscription. Historians can see what happened in the past. Lexicographists could take a look at the words that are used in certain inscriptions. Syntacticians could look into the grammatical constructions within a single inscription. Now, this is not really a critique of the way people are doing research with regard to all Malay inscriptions. It's also totally fine. But what would be better for us linguists in general would be to have a corpus so that we could see what's happening with the language itself, Old Malay itself, not just the language within one inscription, because inscriptions across Indonesia, across Malaysia, the Malay archipelago, and so on and so forth, would have different variations. And we would also be able to see the different variations in the language as well. So that's very important because we are linguists. We look into the language, the dialects, the varieties, the state of the language of Old Malay and the differences between this state and that state. For example, Old Malay versus Classical Malay versus Modern Malay. So with the corpus, it makes studying these things much, much easier. Right, so for example, scholar might examine the Kedukan Bukit inscription. Another studies the Talang Tua inscription. Another person studies the Telaga Batu inscription. And we know that among these inscriptions, there are certain differences in the language. Now, what we strive to achieve as linguists would be to model the language itself, not just the individual, what were they called again? Vernaculars within these inscriptions. Right, so we don't ask what happens in this inscription. We ask what happens in the language itself. Right, so the missing corpus is not a minor technical absence. It's a methodological bottleneck. Right, so could we go to the next slide, please? Right, so this is the Talang Tua inscription, and this is actually all in Old Malay. Right, so it says Swasti Shri Sakawar Sisa 606 Ding Witira, so on and so forth. I'm not going to read this to you because you don't understand anyway. We could just go on to the translation of this inscription. Next slide. So this is the translation. On the 23rd of March, 684, the park named Sri Kshetra was established by order of His Majesty Sri Jayanasa. His Majesty's intention was as follows: may all plants, coconut palms, areca palms, sugar palms, sago palms, and all other kinds of fruit-bearing trees, as well as aur bamboo, gourds, batum, which is bulu betung, and so forth, together with the dams, ponds, and all the meritorious works that I have contributed. This was Sri Jayanasa, right? Be enjoyed for the benefit of all creatures, both those that move and those that do not. May these works provide the best means by which they may attain happiness. So here we're talking about the environment and how Sri Jayanasa was building this part in order for everyone, both animals and humans, to benefit from this. Now, this is a documentation of what's happening in the environment itself, in the infrastructure of what's happening within the old Malay kingdoms, right? So that appeals to the ecosystem, the nature kind of part of our theme of this conference today. Now, if you go to the next slide, so from inscription-based analysis to corpus-based analysis, like I mentioned just now, it's difficult for you to look into the language itself when you're looking into individual inscriptions. What we need is a whole corpus itself to not just look into the language, but also in the politics of the time, in the language in the time, the heritage at the time, the culture of the time, the law at the time, the religion of the time, and all of these have to do with the communities that lived in the time of the old Malay kingdoms in both what we call Malaysia and Indonesia. Now, right, so the conventional workflow when we are looking into inscriptions would be this here. We look into single, individual inscriptions, one construction at a time when we're looking into the grammar, the sentences, one lexical item at the time when we're looking at the vocabulary, and one philological problem at a time. Now, that happens when we don't have a corpus. When we do have a corpus, on the other hand, it makes work much easier because we can look at all the attested tokens. We could compare the tokens in this corpus to that corpus as a whole as well. We can look into the distribution of the vocabulary items or the grammatical constructions that we're examining in a particular inscription, as opposed to, to compare to all of the other corpora as well, all of the inscriptions as well. And we can also see things such as variation in the language. For example, one inscription might have a certain grammatical construction that looks different from another corpus, another inscription. For example, some inscriptions might have sentences with a different word order. For example, in Bahasa Melayu Kuno, the word order of the language used to be verb, subject, object. For example, in Bahasa Melayu, we could say, in Bahasa Melayu Klasik, we could say something such as, pergilah dia ke pasar. When in fact, in Bahasa Melayu modern, you usually say something such as, dia pergi ke pasar. But in Bahasa Melayu Klasik, pergilah dia ke pasar, and Bahasa Melayu Kuno as well, you had the same kind of construction. So you see a difference in Bahasa Melayu Kuno, Klasik, and then versus Bahasa Melayu modern, where the verb occurs in the position that is sentence initial as opposed to within verb medial position. Right, so the goal is not to replace philology because philologists look at grammatical constructions in the past as well. So our intention is not to replace a philologist, but it's to make philological insights searchable, comparable, and reusable, and making their work and our work as well much, much easier. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. So as you can see, what becomes possible when we have a corpus of Old Malay would be all of these things here. It becomes systematic, and the retrieval will be very systematic because you already have a system that allows you to do all of this work very easily. Every occurrence of a form, construction, or Sanskrit-derived item, such as a word that comes from Sanskrit, would be easily searchable within a corpus. Right, so you could also get reproducible analysis because most usually when a person looks into a single or individual inscription, it's difficult for another researcher to look at the same things because they need to repeat the kind of analysis. But when you have a corpus, it's possible for other researchers to reproduce the analysis. For example, you have the explicit tags and metadata allowing other researchers to check the same evidence in whatever you're trying to examine. Also, it's possible for you to have a distributional comparison when you have a corpus in a certain language. For example, patterns can be compared across inscriptions, regions, genres, and even periods. For example, there might be variations between the languages that are used in Sumatra versus Jawa versus certain parts of what is now Malaysia. And it's possible for us to look into those things with a corpus. Right, patterns can be compared across inscriptions, regions, genres, and even periods. So we look also into the progression of the language from Old Malay, Classical Malay, Modern Malay, as I've described to you with regard to the verb being in the first part of the sentence or the intermediate part of the sentence or somewhere else altogether. And lastly, we could also have hypothesis testing, which is very important in research as well, right? Because we all are also researchers and we handle hypotheses, and with the corpus, it's possible for us to test the hypotheses very easily and clearly. So claims about word order, voice borrowing, and change can be evaluated quantitatively. Now, when I say quantitatively here, it also gives us empirical evidence. Most usually a person who looks into individual inscriptions, it's quite difficult for you to get empirical evidence because there's not much of it anyway. With a corpus, you can do that. You actually have the numbers to back up your hypotheses about your examinations of certain grammatical constructions or so on. So the corpus turns Old Malay from a collection of inscriptions into a searchable historical language system, right? It becomes much easier. Next. Now, what I would like to turn your attention to would be a case study of word order in Old Malay, like I described just now. Now, this is actually something I presented at ISMAIL, the International Symposium on Malay and Indonesian Linguistics in 2000, was it last year? I think it was last year, yeah? Where I talked about how sentences in Old Malay were derived with regard to the word order. Like I described just now, in Old Malay, you had the verb first, then the subject, then the object. Now, how that happened, right? So what I did at the time was to look into individual inscriptions. And that wasn't even very many anyway. I took like 2 to 3 inscriptions and looked into the sentences there. And I determined the word order. I determined things such as where the subject was, where the object was. And this was very difficult work. Well, I won't say really difficult, but it's menial work. It required me to do a lot of work. Now, if I had a corpus, the analysis would be very easy because you could just get all of the sentences lined up. You could compare all of the instances, and it would be very easy for me to identify the word order anyway. Right, so what I did was to check every sentence in all of the inscriptions I looked into. That was a lot of work. So Old Malay, some of the findings of this study was that Old Malay clauses are predominantly VSO. Conditional clauses with words such as kalau, conditionals, are consistently SVO. Now, if we say that conditional clauses are SVO, that means that there's something that's causing sentences with VSO order to become VSO. So it's grammatically conditioned to become VSO instead of SVO. So for example, in a sentence such as pergilah dia ke pasar versus dia pergilah ke pasar, and so on and so forth. So there should be a grammatical factor in the sentence that's causing it to become VSO instead of SVO. And of course, that is the hypothesis, and that hypothesis has been tested. But with a corpus, it would have been much, much easier instead of looking in all of these instances individually. So VSO is derived through VTC movement. You might not be familiar with this kind of linguistic terminology, but basically it's just that the word, the verb itself actually comes in the middle, but then it moves to the front of the sentence due to certain morphosyntactic features, right? So the subject stays where it was, but then the verb moves to the front, if you are familiar with syntactic theory. So this is precisely the kind of analysis that becomes stronger when the data are searchable across the entire Old Malay record, as opposed to 1 inscription, 2 inscriptions, 3 inscriptions. Besides, if you just look into these individual inscriptions, you can't even prove your data to be generalizable, right? Because we know in research, we require lots and lots of data in order for us to make justifiable and empirical claims about and hypotheses about our research. If we don't have the actual data to support it, then what are we even doing in research, right? So as you can see over here, could you go back to the previous slide, please? Right, so as you can see over here, we have the Kota Kapur inscription, the Telaga Batu inscription, and the Talang Tu inscription. Right, so SVO sentences, they existed in only conditional sentences, right? So conditional clauses here would be sentences such as kalau dia mati, for example. You have the word kalau, which causes a conditional, right? You don't have many VSO sentences. In fact, you had 0 instances of VSO, such as pergilah dia ke pasar, where you have the verb in the front, and so on. So this kind of word order happens in conditional sentences, but in main clauses, it becomes VSO. Kalau dia mati would be something like matilah dia in a normal clause without the word kalau, right? So that is one of the findings in this piece of research. Now, let's move on to the next slide. Okay. Right, so why VTC analysis needs a corpus? Like I said just now, it makes it easier. It makes possible comparisons between and across inscriptions and so on and so forth, and becomes much easier because in the current way of analyzing these things in historical linguistics and Malay, the current method requires manual identification of so many things, such as finite clauses, conditional markers, voice morphology. Voice morphology in Bahasa Melayu Kuno was actually something that was very important in determining the word order of a sentence. For example, if it was in the active voice with the meng prefix, such as memberi, then you would usually have an SVO sentence as opposed to a D passive kind of sentence like diberi. Usually if you have the passive sentence such as the diberi sentence there, the verb would move to the front. For example, diberi sebuah buku kepadanya, as opposed to dia memberi sebuah buku, and so on and so forth. So the voice morphology was also one of the factors that influence word order in the sentence. And then things such as negators and prohibitors, such as tidak atau jangan, topicalized arguments and subject position, di mana subject terdapat di dalam kalimat itu. Okay, so a corpus would make these features searchable rather than recoverable only by repeated manual reading. So this would be an example of a sentence in the Talang Tuo inscription, temu mahya ahara dengan air diminumnya. So that was actually Old Malay, which translates into, may he find food and water to be drunk by him. So as you can see, the verb temu, which you use in contemporary Indonesian Bahasa Malay Asia as well, it occurs in the front of the clause. Okay? But enough about syntax and VTC movement and word order. What's most important would be a corpus that would make these features searchable rather than recoverable only by repeated manual reading. Okay, go next to the next slide, please. Now, corpus queries for Old Malay syntax. So a syntactically annotated corpus could turn theoretical claims into testable queries. Now, it's easy for you to search all of these things with a corpus. From, for example, if you look into individual inscriptions, you look into examples. You don't look into actual distributions, because inscriptions are individuals, they are scattered, they are fragmented, and it's difficult for you to look across inscriptions because you don't have a corpus to help you do that anyway, right? So it's difficult for you to look into clause order, voice, what happens in the C domain of a sentence and subject position, so on and so forth. So from this example exists that statement, it could go to this pattern has a distribution of X, Y, Z with the help of a corpus, right? Next, please. Now that was about grammar. That was one part, one case study in my research. Now moving on to the next case study, which has to do with vocabulary. On the other hand, I actually looked into Sanskrit borrowings in Old Malay. Kalau dalam bahasa Indonesia perkataan itu kalimat ya. Kalimat-kalimat yang datang daripada bahasa Sanskerta dalam bahasa Melayu kuno. Right, so pada waktu itu, the question that I asked without an actual corpus was, which Sanskrit words occur in Old Malay? Kalimat bahasa Sanskerta yang mana yang wujud dalam bahasa Melayu kuno? Kita hanya mengenal pasti kalimat-kalimat yang wujud dalam bahasa Melayu kuno. Bukan berapa banyak, bukan how frequent, bukan distribusi dan sebagainya yang merupakan soalan-soalan yang sangat penting dalam linguistik, ilmu linguistik. Tetapi dengan adanya korpus, we can ask questions such as how are Sanskrit words distributed, integrated, reanalyzed and transmitted across the corpus. We can also see the historical trajectory of these Sanskrit borrowings from Old Malay to Classical Malay to Modern Malay, right? And this is actually the Talang Tu inscription that I described just now with regard to the environment and stuff. Next.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Rashad. You have 5 minutes left
All right.
for your presentation.
Sure. Right. So demorphologization was something that I looked into when, with regard to Old Malay and the Sanskrit word borrowings. And with the corpus, it's possible for you to see how morphemes and the parts of words within a word could actually fuse together. For example, in a word such as anugerah, dalam bahasa Melayu, bahasa Indonesia juga terdapat perkataan atau kalimat anugerah. Itu dikatakan hanya satu kalimat kan, bukan dua bahagian yang bergabung menjadi satu kalimat anugerah. Tetapi dalam bahasa Melayu kuno itu sebenarnya dua bahagian yang menjadi satu kalimat, anu dan graha, daripada bahasa Sanskerta yang bermaksud after and to cease dan sebagainya. Perkataan keluarga juga datang daripada kula dan warga. Warga iaitu satu kalimat yang masih digunakan dalam bahasa Melayu dan bahasa Indonesia sekarang. Tetapi kula sangat jarang dijumpai sekarang. Do you still use the word kula in bahasa Indonesia? No, right? So kula dan warga, kedua-dua bahagian perkataan kalimat ini sudah menjadi satu, bergabung menjadi keluarga. Sama juga dengan perkataan saudara. Sebenarnya dalam bahasa Sanskerta, saudara itu datang daripada sa dan udara. Di mana perkataan kalimat udara itu bermaksud rahim. Samudera juga sama. Sam dan udara. Udara bermaksud air. Sekarang ini kalimat-kalimat ini sudah bergabung menjadi satu. Dan dengan adanya korpus bahasa Melayu kuno, the examination of such words would be much easier. Right, and it's also possible for us to see what happens in the ecosystem that within the time of the Old Malay kingdoms with a corpus, because we could see all of these words having to do with the ecosystem, the environment and stuff like that with an actual corpus. But at the time, we don't have that corpus to assist us in doing such fabulous work, right? Next slide. Now this is the word sahaya. Sahaya used to be a word that meant something such as servant in Bahasa Melayu kuno, a companion or a servant. Now the word sahaya has evolved into the pronoun, the first person pronoun, saya. Bagaimana itu telah berevolusi daripada perkataan seperti abdi kepada kata ganti nama pertama saya. It's very interesting, but with a corpus, it becomes much easier. Although you can see the trajectory of the evolution, it's very difficult for you to do that when you look into individual inscriptions, individual hikayat, individual texts in Bahasa Melayu sekarang. With a corpus, it becomes much easier. Okay? Right, now there are certain parts that I'd like to skip here. Could we go to the next slide? Okay, next slide. Right, so what should a Malay corpus then contain? Text layers, metadata, linguistic annotation, lexical annotation, and research links. All of these helping not just linguists, but also historians, lexicographists, epigraphists to do their work much better. It doesn't just benefit linguists, historians, epigraphists, people who work in different fields as well, such as archaeologists as well. It's very good work for so many people, not just myself, but also everyone in this room. Right, the result is not simply a repository, it's a reusable analytical apparatus for everyone to use. Okay, next. So what do we need to do? This is what we need to do. We need to have morphological annotation as Pak Prihantoro can do, as well as we are also discussing to do that with Bahasa Melayu Modern, which is still something that we don't have in the current date. We need part of speech tagging. We need syntactic annotation, and all of these things in order for us to be able to benefit not just linguists, but also epigraphists, archaeologists, historians, and so on. So the methodological payoff would be that you would have a systematic, reproducible analysis that is difficult to achieve through conventional inscription by inscription approaches. Okay, next. Right, so next slide, please. Lastly, with the corpus, it's possible for us to ask much deeper questions. So something such as how stable was VSO order across all Malay inscriptions? Which environments block VTC movement? How reproductive were the ni, man, affixes were in all Malay? Now, when you didn't have an all Malay corpus, your research questions were restricted to very, very surface level ones because you didn't have the access to the data. But with a corpus, it's much deeper. You could look into, you could examine things in a much deeper manner with much deeper research questions as to why and how, not just the whats and whens, right? The hots instead of the pots. Okay. Right, so I'd like to conclude then with the next slide, which is that all Malay is not under research because it lacks importance, but it's limited by the absence of shared corpus infrastructure, what we don't have right now, limits what we can do in the future. So an openly accessible, linguistically annotated all Malay corpus would provide the empirical foundation for historical grammar, Sanskrit studies, epigraphists, lexicography, digital humanities, and cultural heritage research as well. So the missing corpus is the foundation for the next generation of all Malay historical linguistics. But not just that. Next slide. As we rethink environmental sustainability, environmental justice, and community resilience, we should also rethink how to preserve the knowledge system of the past that is included in all of these inscriptions of Old Malay. Right, so building an Old Malay corpus is not simply an exercise in historical linguistics. It's a commitment to safeguarding the linguistic, cultural, and environmental heritage that continues to reshape and shape our understanding of the Malay world today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rashad, for your insightful presentation and sharing your valuable perspectives with us. And we are so sorry for the technical issues.
It's totally fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now proceed to the next keynote presentation, which will be delivered online via Zoom. Okay. The next presentations will be delivered by Professor Ivo Carneiro de Souza. Professor de Souza, are we connected? Okay, we're still waiting for the response from Professor de Souza. Oh, hello, Professor.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank
I
you
have,
for
I
joining
have
today.
a slide to share, but I'm not able to share it. I have sent it. So if you can put it, it will be okay. So I'm very thankful for your esteemed invitation and to having me today. So let's try to get to the basically point. Nowadays, it is increasingly evident that the confluence of human-induced climate change, population growth, ramping urbanization, and unprecedented depletion of natural primary resources has led to significant environmental degradation. And we are not sure that we can mitigate it or reverse it. I am a historian that was educated in the Fernand Braudel concept of long durée, long term. I also view history as the set of social sciences that study the past. Therefore, I'm not looking for details, singular facts, dates, figures. I try to understand the historical processes. When we examine, when we research from the perspective of a historian, the imbalance between our societies and the environment, we cannot blame a person or a group of persons, one country or a group of countries. We cannot blame a essentialist human nature idea. We need to understand that we are basically looking to a process that I think is now exhausted. You can go to the next slide. We are basically witnessing from an historical perspective the exhaustion, the end of a historical process that we call industrialization, a process that comes from late 18th century that built up industrial economies, industrial trade, that built up industrial societies. It was a process that was already global in the 19th century through industrial, colonial globalization. The actors, the economic blocks that build up the colonial globalization in the 19th century are not different from those that build up our contemporary globalization if we add up the People's Republic of China. And as you know, this historical process that we call industrialization comes from a revolution, the Industrial Revolution, that is only the second revolution that changed the human history. The other is the Neolithic Revolution, the Agricultural Revolution, 12,000 years ago. There is not any other revolution that changed human societies as industrialization. Some scholars speak of that we are living, experiencing a third revolution, the digital revolution. But those scholars are not able to prove that this so-called digital revolution is going to change the 5 main structures that we need for building human societies. First, population. Second, food. Third, housing, sheltering. Fourth, clothing. 5, transportation. Are we going to feed ourselves with digital goods? I don't think so. Are we going to have as dessert artificial intelligence? I don't think so. I don't think that digitalization is going to change the 5 basic structures that we need for building human societies, but the process of industrialization has changed it. Normally, when we tackle the process of industrialization, outcomes, consequences in today's societies, we normally use a counter word, a counter argument that is the word sustainability. It's a quite old word. It was created in 1713 by a German, one of those members of the German Aufklärung Enlightenment movement, and he created in German, naturally, the word sustainable for trying to avoid the deforestation, try to avoid the huge consumption of timber that was rising from 18th century onwards. Unfortunately, the word sustainability is useless today. You have more than 80 definitions of sustainability. You have abuse of the word even in marketing processes, and so the word has not become authentic, useful for dealing with the challenges that we are now facing. You remember that in 1987, the United Nations decided to merge two contradictory words, development and sustainability, creating this concept of sustainable development. In 2015, the 193 members of the United Nations were able to approve that extraordinary document of the 17 goals of sustainable development, but the SDGs now are exhausted. In 2030, none of the 17 are going to be fulfilled. The number one, ending poverty, is not going to happen. Poverty is rising. The number two, ending with hunger, famine in the world, is not going to happen. Food problems, famines are growing due to the geopolitical conflicts, the war in Ukraine, the war in the Middle East. So the word sustainability became basically useless and is not able to tackle the main transformations of industrialization that I think have reached an end. Let's look only to the first of the five main structures that we need for building human societies: population. In early 18th century, when the word sustainable was created in German, the world population was 600 million. At the beginning of the 19th century, it was 1 billion. Now we are 8.3 billions. And we have changed completely our economic landscapes since we have ended up with millenniums of agrarian societies, agrarian cultures, traditional agrarian cultures. And nowadays, 80% of the world population lives in urban areas. It's a major transformation. In the early 19th century, only 18% of the population lived in urban areas. The largest town, city in the Western world was London with 1.1 million people, and there was only other two cities with more than 1 million, Beijing in China and Edo in Japan. Edo now is called Tokyo. So we have created a huge process of urbanization, and our cities, our metropolis are not sustainable. It is the case of Indonesia. In 1950, there was only 15% of the Indonesian population living in urban areas. Now is 62%, and the World Bank previews that in 2045 it will be 75%. Jakarta, in these juridical limits, has 12 millions, but the metropolitan area has more than 42 millions. Is unsustainable, as everybody knows. And the answer, the political answer, is quite wrong. The answer is let's alleviate the pressures from Jakarta and build up a new administrative capital, Nusantara, in the East Kalimantan. Wrong. Someone that has decided this doesn't know history, has not memory. Brazil created a new capital, Brasilia, between 1956 and 1961 to solve the imbalance of the Brazilian society. The new capital has not solved any. By the contrary, in 1 decade, the new capital has doubled the number of public servants. The capital became very expensive, wasting from public resources. It was the case of Islamabad in Pakistan that substitute Karachi. It was the case of Abuja in Nigeria that substitute Lagos. It was the case of Astana in Kazakhstan that substitute Almaty. None of these new capitals solve any structural imbalance. By the contrary, became very expensive for public revenues, for public research. So my proposal is very simple. Since the word sustainability has so many definitions, uses and abuses, let's try to look again to the past, to history, to learn that in the past, even without the word sustainability, we can go to the next slide or to the next. You can to the next. Okay, let's stay here because we are going to read this text. Let's go to the past. I'm going to use only 5 documents produced by 4 male, 3 Portuguese, and a Spanish writing in Portuguese, the famous Jesuit missionary Saint Francis Xavier. And I'm going to use the document of a lady, a former princess from Macassar, that married a very rich Portuguese trader in the 17th century. Because these documents, some written by traders without any control from the Portuguese captaincies or the Portuguese vice-king in India, they were describing the Indonesian traditional societies with very independent perspectives, very freely. Let's start in 1512 with Francisco Rodrigues' manuscript book, because he has description of Indonesian islands as well as very rare sketches. You have 17 complete sketches of the Indonesian islands, including sketching villages, sketching houses. And he describes a village in Alor where the 2 Portuguese ships that went in late 1511 from Malacca, that they conquest, the Portuguese conquest in 1511 to Banda, and when they returned, they stopped 5 days in Alor to trade basically foodstuff, water, timber, and so forth. And he wrote this very interesting text. These houses, writes Rodrigues, a young pilot, he was 21, 22 years old when he was sketching and writing these documents. These houses are constructed in a style reminiscent of our village in southern Portugal, using wood and straw for the roofs. However, they are superior to ours, cleaner, with a pleasant aroma and a very agreeable atmosphere. They prepare meals in a communal house and do not deal with rats, cockroach, flies, or other pests as we do. They possess an impressive skill for drying and storing fish, but the village chief informs us that they do not have much fish available for trade, as they have practices sustainable. The Portuguese word is keeping, guarding, fishing since ancient times, taking only what they need for their own consumption to ensure the fish remain plentiful in the sea. We can go to the next slide, because we are identifying traditional, communitarian, sustainable practices that give us lessons, very practical cultural lessons to the present. Speaking about water, Rodrigues now is in Flores, that he calls Samarenga. He visits several villages in Flores Island, in Ende, and he wrote this: these people bath at home. Unlike our farmers in Portugal that use rivers, streams, and lagoons, they lack large rivers like ours, and instead have streams that form only during the heavy rains, which affect us last October. Consequently, they avoid washing in the streams to protect the water quality. They utilize communal bathrooms where I observe them bathing their young children and then using the bath water to nourish their vegetable gardens where they cultivate many beans known as cacang, similar to those in the northern Portugal. which is a practice of recycling water that we are trying to use nowadays. It was commonly used in Indonesian Islam societies in the past. We can go to the next slide, please. And speaking again about fish, Rodrigues explains, locals are averse to foreigners fishing in those waters. The Portuguese were forbidden to fish in the coastal area of Pantar, as they tend to overfish and indiscriminately kill the fish. The village chief referred to us as Adat, conveyed through our interpreter that was speaking Malay, that the fish should be left undisturbed and that one should only catch what is necessary for personal consumption. The fish are not intended for trade with outside. A very sustainable lesson for a country as Indonesia, that is one of the 40 countries that have not yet ratified the WTO new treaty on fish subsidies. That is a key agreement for preserving the ocean's maritime biodiversity. Let's go to another set of documents. Francisco Serrão was probably cousin of the famous Ferdinand Magellan that organized the first circumnavigation of the world, and he was also part of the first Portuguese expedition from Malacca to the Moluccas that reached Banda, and Francisco Serrão became also an advisor of the Sultan of Ternate. So he lived in Ternate until 1521 when he died. And he writes this document for a friend, a trader in Malacca, Portuguese trader in Malacca, Diogo Coelho, and writes the following: these people live harmoniously with nature, yet they are not savages. They enjoy a plentiful diet and do not suffer from hunger. Their gardens are well cultivated, and they nurture a variety of fruit trees, as if they were sacred. Underline the word. They have a fruit resembling our cucumbers, which they call belib, belimbing guluan. They use it frequently during lunch, though they prefer not to have it at dinner. They also have very sweet fruit akin to our diospyros, which is purple in color, manges. Additional, they possess a green round fruit that is quite popular among them, especially for their young children. They take an excellent care of this fruit, which is breadfruit or suca. Let's go to the next slide. Since we are identifying in these documents a lot of information about the past environment in 16th, 17th centuries in Indonesian islands communities, and Francis wrote at the end of 1518 to another trader friend in Malacca, Tristão da Cunha, this very interesting letter. On August, Saturday, the 16th, very early in the morning, thousands of dead or nearly dying lobsters washed up on the beach, on the Makassar city beach. Everyone began collecting them, and for over a week, we feasted on lobster. People share stories with me, recounting similar events from previous generations, tales told by their fathers and grandfathers about these festive events. What is in 1518 Francisco Serrão identifying the El Niño. Since El Niño raises the temperature of ocean waters, when those temperatures are above 25 degrees, lobsters die by asphyxia. So is identified something that we are dealing nowadays with fires in France, in Spain, in the United States, due to this El Nino system. Let's go to the following document. So we have from the first Jesuit missionary, the Spanish San Francis Xavier, we have a very interesting document. He was in Southeast Asia from 1545 to 1552. He was going to die in the Chinese island Sichuan in December 1552, trying to enter in China. And he wrote this document that I would like you to invite, identify. I embark on a boat journey to several smaller islands near Ambon, where I was captivated by the remarkable clear seawater. The underwater scene was vibrant, teeming with both large and small fish in the stunning array of colors, including schools that resemble our sardines. On the seabed, I observed formations that appeared like stones, adorned with many arms in the shades of brown and lighter hues. These intriguing structures are quite hard and can pose risk to fishermen who may accidentally step on them. The entire spectacle felt like a paradise crafted by God. These plants are abundant with fish in all shades of the rainbow, tiny blue, red, yellow, and more. The indigenous people regard these plants with reverence and oppose any interference from the outsiders. When I inquired about taking some samples with me, I was informed that touching or removing these plants is strictly forbidden. They are known as carango, similar to our crab's rots. What is San Francisco Xavier identifying? San Francisco Xavier is identifying the rich coral reefs that are known nowadays as the coral triangle in eastern Indonesia. Is identifying a key environmental maritime structure, a structure that has more than 100 different types of corals. And you are probably aware that Indonesian, the eastern Indonesian islands are the largest reserves of coral reefs. They were protected with their cultural values, communitarian values, the reef corals. In this period, Xavier was writing in 1546. Let's go to the last set of documents. So, 17th century, Francisco Vieira de Figueiredo was probably the richest trader in Southeast Asia, a man with several ships, with houses in Makassar, in Timor, in Sulur, in Macau. He was married with a princess from Makassar. Married with, she was 12 years old when he married her. And she was baptized with his name, Catarina de Noronha. So, Figueiredo wrote in 1662 to his wife that was in Macau pregnant, this beautiful letter. I slept better here, is referring to his house in the city of Makassar. He built a palace in the Portuguese area of Makassar. I sleep better here. The houses are constructed entirely of good wood. They fit the columns, pins, and planks together without a single nail. They elevate the structures and design very high pointed roofs. Consequently, the houses remain cool, even in the heat, and not a drop of rain enters despite the texture. What means that these houses were much more sustainable than our cement and zinc houses nowadays. Let's go to the last document. Is a document of the wife of Francisco Vieira de Figueiredo. He died in 1669, when the VOC, Dutch East India Company, was able to defeat the Sultan of Goa in Macassar. Catarina de Noronha became a very rich widow and was able to buy from the Dutch several houses in Macassar and to keep the trade that his husband had created in the past 2 decades. Catarina de Noronha was also owner of this beautiful map, 1653, a map of Macassar city, and you see with the letter F the Portuguese compound, the set of houses, the set of custom houses, the set of equipments that the Portuguese had in the city of Macassar. And she wrote a letter in 1680 to her sister, Isabel Noronha, that was in Macau. She wrote this beautiful letter. It is unfortunate that there are so few priests, Catholic priests, so few priests here, and there are no churches. The locals are primarily merchants, deeply engaged in business. Their villages are well organized. And I would consider living here if there were more priests and churches. The food is delightful, and they grow the finest fruits I ever tasted. They are skilled gardeners, farmers, and exceptional fishermen. Unlike in Portugal, where many sardines are caught only to be discarded, here they have a profound respect for their resources and make sure to avoid waste. For instance, they have a fruit called coconut from which they produce everything: milk, jams, seeds, and they even use the coconut shells as cups and plates. The coconut tree is utilized for multiple purposes, providing materials for ropes, carpets, baskets, and roofings for their zone. It is a pity that they are pagans and often irritated by the conversations of our priests. If they embrace Christianity, this land could truly be a paradise akin to that of Adam and Eve. I could show you 40, 50 Portuguese documents, memoirs, letters, reports with this same idea. The Indonesian Eastern Islands are the paradise on earth. They were able to build a harmony, a balance between population, communities, and the resources that we have completely lost today. We cannot return to the past, but we should learn with past cultural practice and values. And these documents, these Portuguese documents, show that the Indonesian islands communities in the 16th and 17th century, regardless the European growing trade in the region, the Portuguese and then the VOC Dutch trade, they were able to maintain a culture of a huge respect for the environment, a huge respect for land, a huge respect for sea and their respective beings. And we need to recall, we need to have again this respect. We lost this respect, and we think that progress is linear, automatic, and always good. It's not true. And we think that we can degrade the environment because a technology will be invented to solve it. It's not true. We are in a key period of human history where we need to reinvent our historical process. We need to reinvent our societies, we need to reinvent our economies, and we need to reinvent our communitarian links that we are losing very fast with the huge growth of social networks, in which you can have experiences like last Sunday. I was the godfather of one of my former PhD students that was marrying a Chinese lady from mainland, and I went to the wedding, to the wedding party, to the dinner party, and they were not talking. They married 2 or 3 hours before, and they were not able to talk. In their wedding party, they were with the mobile phones, checking for everything. So we need not only to reinvent the respect for the environment, we need to rebuild the respect for each other, including respect for cultural diversity. What is the solution? The first solution is very simple: education. Let's increase the study of the world and Indonesian history in schools, in the elementary and secondary schools, because memory is the most important antidote against the precipitation of the present. You need long-term perspectives. You need to link with your ancestors. You need to respect what cultural memory has built, because we are not only the present, the immediate present, we are a memory, and we need to preserve the memory of humankind. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor De Souza from Macau Polytechnic University. Maybe we can take a look, Professor presentation's title for a second. It was a very inspiring presentation. We truly appreciate you joining us online today. Okay. We must hold the questions and discussions after all presentation have concluded. So, okay, maybe I can inform Professor De Souza's presentation titles. Professor De Souza's presentation title is Portuguese Exploration of the Indonesian Archipelago, Discoveries of Traditional Culture and Environmental Sustainability in the 16th and 17th centuries. Thank you very much, Professor. Okay, we now move to our third keynote presentation. Dr. Anita Dewi, she's joining us online from Australia. Dr. Anita, can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Anita, for joining us today. Before inviting Dr. Anita to begin her presentation, let me briefly introduce her by sharing her biography. So, Dr. Anita is a lecturer and work integrated learning academic lead in information studies at Charles III University, or CSU. Prior to joining CSU, Dr. Anita spent her career as librarian and library manager in the academic library sector. Her research areas include work integrated learning, professional identity, and information services. And today's presentation is entitled Bridging Culture, Knowledge, and Practice, Library Information Science and Work Integrated Learning for Environmental Sustainability and Justice. So Dr. Anita, the time is yours. You get 30 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I'm wondering if I can share my screen. I'm operating on a single screen at the moment, so we'll see ourselves in a bit and then we're ready to go. Okay, can I get an indication if you can see my slides?
Yes, we can see the slide. Excellent. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. All right. So, hello everyone. Good afternoon. Selamat siang. Sugeng siang. My name is Anita Dewi, and thank you for the kind introduction, Ibu. First of all, I'd like to thank, of course, the all the leadership of the Faculty of Humanities at Diponegoro University. Bapak, Ibu, I am from Jogja, so I'm basically, if I'm, visiting my hometown, I'm 2 hours away from you, so not that far. I also want to thank the conference committee for being very patient with me in the back and forth, email correspondence and all that. All my questions are answered in time, very promptly, so really appreciate that. Also, of course, thank you to the moderator, to my fellow speakers today, but most of all, thank you for all the attendees who are here. Please bear with me for the next 30 minutes or so. I want to share with you my thoughts and my perspective on this title, Bridging Culture, Knowledge, and Practice. So library and information science and work integrated learning, which is an area that's so close to my, I'm sorry, is there anything in the chat? Okay, sorry. Will or work integrated learning, which is an area that's very close to my heart, and in relation to environmental sustainability or sustainability even in a broader sense, like what Professor D'Souza has covered, as well as justice in terms of equity, really. So why am I choosing this topic? Why this title for today's sharing? Because I can see the interconnection between culture, knowledge, and practice, that they're supportive of each other for sustainability and equity/justice. But first of all, I want to talk to you a little bit very briefly about myself, just so that you know where I come from with my perspective and my thinking and all that. So as mentioned in the introduction very briefly, I come from an industry, if you like. So before becoming an academic in the library and information studies, or we commonly term it, call it LIS, I was already in the LIS world, but as a practitioner. So I worked at an academic library, started at Monash University here in Melbourne. So I'm joining you from Melbourne today. And then continued to at La Trobe, managing libraries again, more on the learning services type of job. Why am I saying this to you? Why am I telling you this? Because while I was in the both roles, particularly as I manage libraries, I also oversaw, I should say, students. So placement students, study visit students, work integrated learning students, basically in the information science discipline. So that way that I came from that practitioner, seeing things through the practitioner's lens before I moved on to CSU or Charles Sturt Uni as an academic, where now I part of the LIS education, educating and preparing students to be ready to go out there in the workforce, if you like, in the LIS sector. And with that in mind, and with my awareness of where I come from, I want to share with you what I think about the topic that I'm talking about today, around culture, knowledge, practice in relation to environmental sustainability and justice. So a very simple, perhaps, conceptual foundations that I have in my mind is I say it as in a metaphor as a tree between knowledge, culture, and practice. And I'm hoping that my cursor is going to show. Yeah, all right. So at the top of the tree here, the crown, that's where knowledge is located, in the metaphor. What does it represent? To me, it represents learning, research, ideas, you name it, understanding, yeah? But then it doesn't stand by itself. In a tree, there are branches, there are leaves. This is where culture is located. It represents the shared values, traditions, language. In fact, like what the first speaker in the afternoon session talked about, beliefs, identity that grow from knowledge and nourish communities. Okay. So we've talked about the crown, the branches, and the trees, and you can see here in the picture that there are a lot of branches, a lot of leaves there. So it's a complex environment, if you like. And then we have the trunk here, which is the practice bit of it. It represents action, in my view. It's how knowledge and culture are embodied through daily activities, like, professional work included, but also lived experience. There is actually one more component that we often forget because it's so invisible. It's under the surface. It's not, straightforward, which is the roots, of any trees. There are roots. They represent the community history, like what Professor D'Souza just talked about. The history, the experience, and context. Okay, and in fact, the roots actually sustain all the three elements: the knowledge, culture, and practice. Okay, I'm going to go back to this metaphor a bit later, but now I'd like to talk to you about how is it that, why do I pick on culture, and how is it related to sustainability? And does it have anything to do with resilience, which it does, obviously, from the figure that I'm sharing with you today, right? So culture, in this picture, that I'm trying to kind of visualize it to the best that I could. Culture is knowledge, here is as knowledge and value system. What does it do? It shapes values, knowledge, and behaviors. So that leads to sustainability. But at the same time as well, it supports identity, learning, and adaptation, which hopefully lead to resilience. And within that culture, there is the core component that is really important, such as indigenous culture, local knowledge, local knowledge systems, for example. Or in Indonesian, usually you say kearifan lokal, I think. All right. And then the second component, sustainability, it builds capacity for long-term well-being, which again leads to resilience. Sustainability focuses on long-term environmental, social, economic well-being. So sometimes we find that, when we talk about environmental sustainability, I find that social sciences scholars, it's not really straightforward for us to see, okay, what's the impact on it? How do we project ourselves in that, conversation? It's not that easy, but actually we are at the core of it. And then, of course, there is the community resilience, which is the capacity to adapt, the good old adaptability. It's never gets old. The capacity to adapt, capacity to recover, and to thrive in the face of disruptions, which, for example, we've gone through the biggest disruption that I hope is only happen once in our lifetime, the COVID pandemic, for example. That's where we build resilience, where we demonstrate our resilience. And it flows back, it feeds back. Resilience feeds back to sustainability by enabling communities to sustain systems through change. And change is, in my discipline area, is not something new. If anything, I usually say to my students, guys, in the information studies, as librarians, as archivists, as a records manager, data manager, the only constant that we know is change. That is the only constant, because every day is different. It moves. It's very fluid, resilience also fit into culture as in preserving and adapting the cultural practices itself. So making culture, making that roots that we talk about a bit more visible. Whereas sustainability plays its roles in protecting culture and environmental heritage. I know this sounds very, I guess, abstract to some extent. So I want to talk to you about how it is in, I guess, practical terms or in real life situation. On the left-hand side here, what you see is indigenous cultural burning. I'm pretty sure everyone, or at least in Indonesia, you've seen, in the news where there are times that Australia is hit by bushfires, kebakaran hutan, right? So there is a way of controlling that. That is called the controlled burning. So leaving it, managing it to some extent that it is less risky, it's less dangerous for the community, for the society, including for the animals like koalas, for example, who can't survive if they're trapped in a big bushfire, right? So this is related in relation to the culture, knowledge, and practice. For example, in the Australian context, there is a concept called indigenous cultural burning. So across Australia, indigenous communities, orang asli, orang pribumi, they are revitalizing cultural fire practices and through different organizations. And these are modern organizations like Fire Sticks Alliance, for example. And what we do with that indigenous knowledge, we do the cultural burning using low intensity, careful time fires guided by not modern knowledge system, but the indigenous knowledge systems. So why does it matter? Well, it does matter. Culture-wise, remember this figure? So culture-wise, fire management knowledge was developed thousands of years ago, because it's indigenous knowledge. In terms of sustainability, in this case, in the controlled fire, danger, it supports ecosystem health and biodiversity, of course. And in terms of resilience, it helps reduce catastrophic bushfire risk, control, manage, and strengthens community capacity. So it comes from the community for the community. So the central key takeaway here is that the strongest examples of resilience are not only technical, they're not only environmental, rather they're actually cultural. So once again, culture is in the core of sustainability and just. Communities that draw on cultural knowledge and identity are often better able to pursue sustainability and adapt to change. Which again, remember the metaphor of the tree, sometimes we forget because culture sometimes becomes invisible underground. Now, this is a very environmental, this is not necessarily my discipline area directly, although it does relate to information, which is my discipline area. But I want to talk to you as well about sustainability and justice or equity in a more broader sense of a contemporary culture. What I'm showing you here is our photos of community libraries. Yeah, so on the left-hand side here, this is one of the cafes that I love. Hanging out and have coffees and a little bit of bites there. Next to it is a community library. It's open like that, right? And it has a note there. People can take a book, can give a book, and just notice there, don't bring any toys, no school books, no CDs, and things like that. So this is in a public space. Whereas on the right-hand side here, the little library. It is in a very busy shopping mall in the CBD, in the Central Business District in Melbourne. If you've been to Melbourne, you probably have seen it. In the corner, there is the little library. And I just turned the camera around when I took this photo. See on the corner there, that's the food court actually. So people are around here. There's the dining tables. Yeah, I'm sorry that the L there fell down or something. But what I'm trying to show you here is these kind of things, these kind of public libraries, not public library, but community libraries are everywhere in Australia, including on the streets and, you name it. What does it show? It shows the culture. We do have reading culture very strong in Australia. When I have two kids, when they were kiddies, they're not kiddies anymore now, of course, because I'm not that young. I used to take them to public libraries every weekend almost. And the reading culture is really ingrained. Is it wrong if we don't have that strong reading culture? No, I'm not necessarily wrong. What I'm saying is that reading culture allowed us to kind of input all messages into the reading. Now, what about us, or what about Indonesian context? Is it really reading culture is the only, I guess, means or the only way that we can embed any, I guess, values and and beliefs, remember, and identity and that sort of thing? Not necessarily, but remember, there is always that values under the ground that is sometimes invisible that we need to remember it exists. Perhaps in Indonesian context, it's more verbal. Maybe you notice, yeah. Well, I notice at least when I have an Indonesian student coming to Australia, usually what they do first is ask, yeah, even before they come, or friends, let's say friends, yeah, they would ask before they read or find out the answer to their question, yeah, that's verbal, I think. They prefer to ask first rather than read first, right? But that's part of, let's make that means that is intuitively ingrained within them to work, to ensure and facilitate sustainability. This brings me to my root, actually. When I was born and raised in Jogja, and I came from a family with a very strong verbal culture. So I didn't read that many books until I got to Australia and learned to read. So I had to make an effort. Yeah. What is it? Yeah, I have to make an effort, conscious effort. I mean, it doesn't come intuitively to me in the beginning, because I was raised in a verbal culture. My dad, my father, every night he would tell me story, yeah, before I go to bed, or sing for me. Yeah, sing in Javanese version ya, nembang ya, kalau bahasa Jawanya ya, bahasa Indonesianya ya, nembang gitu ya. So he would sing for me, or he would tell me story, not reading from a book. The way I did with my kids, my children, I read from books. But with him, no. What he did was he tried to embed different stories, different messages into the verbal messages. So even through seemingly, little things like dongeng kancil, for example, but he embed different stories and different messages every day. So maybe that's something that we can reflect on and, enrich and use to maintain sustainability and justice. Now, I'm bringing us back to the LIS, I guess, the Library and Information Science. And as you can see, I used AI. I have to admit, I used AI to create this image. I can see that there are key pillars of modern LIS that we need as professionals, as educators, to prepare for LIS graduates, for library and information science graduates. One is that information as sustainability infrastructure. Treat that as a resource for future generations. You can't run away from it, right? And that includes environmental, economic, and social. I'm not going to talk through that in too much details, but social-wise, as you can see down there in the left-hand corner here, it's really about preserving cultural heritage, supporting informed citizenship and health info, for example, yeah. And then the second bit, or the second pillar, is knowledge, equity, and inclusion. What we need to do is removing any barriers to participation. This comes from the community resilience, community involvement that I mentioned before. So in terms of libraries, for example, have diverse collections that reflects marginalized communities, not everything just one uniform collection. Accessible services to different kinds of users, for example, and inclusive outreach. So serve the underserved areas, not just the metro library users. Combat censorships so that we open up our mind, and of course, cultural humility. And finally, digital technologies, new media forms, yes, I mentioned before, the only constant is the change. So really transforming access and discovery. Now, Professor De Souza mentioned about AI not taking over the world. I agree with you, because sometimes people, what we do is we focus so much on AI that we forgot there are actors behind AI, and probably we need to reconsider that and retake our, and reconsider our take, not only on the object of AI itself, but who is behind AI, human, right? So again, we're talking about new media forms, emerging technologies, open practices, and so on and so forth. And how can we prepare our students? Well, I'm coming from an academic perspective. Can we prepare our students to be empowered in the future that is ever changing, I should say? That is through work integrated learning. And that's why this is an area that is very close to my heart. And universally, I think work integrated learning has become one of the most significant educational approaches. So it's not just learning theory and then apply it through placements, for example. It's not just that. It's significant educational approaches within contemporary higher education, because it reflects increasing expectations of universities and increasing expectations of workplace in the future. Ibu Moderator, how am I going with time? May I know?
We have about 5 minutes remaining for your presentation, Dr. Anita.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so with will or work integrated learning, as an educational approach, it involves three parties: the student, educational institution, and an external stakeholder. It focuses on several critical elements. It's fundamentally educational, not just work experience. It requires the involvement of the three stakeholders that I just mentioned. And learning occurs through authentic work-focused experiences. It must be intentionally embedded within the curriculum, so it's not just an extracurricular. What it does is through work-integrated learning, then we prepare students to become employable, not just employed, but employable and sustain their employability. So students become agents of change. Okay, so this photo, for example, it was from Indonesian library internships that I took some students to Surabaya and Lampung last year, and we're about to do the same thing again next year to Jogja and Bandung. So real world applications. I'm aware of the 4 or 3 minutes now that's left, but I'd like to bring you back to this intersections, the three domains that influence each other: knowledge, culture, and practice. the integrated framework, the three parts of the tree, the pohon, yeah, to collaborate within oneself, but between oneself with other people as well. But also recognizing the challenges. Now, I can't just say, oh, okay, all blue sky and happy, happy day, because we have challenges like, power, access, institutional barriers, you name it, politics and everything. All right. So it's not like all happy day and happy story all the way. There are always challenges. So where to from here? Well, I do have some recommendations. So as an academic, the academia recommendations in my mind would be to maintain contemporary curriculum in line with the industry and to ensure visibility of theory practice integration in the curriculum, so not as an extra. Policy-wise, then this is why academics need to be involved in the policy making. Really, my recommendation is encourage inclusive policy making, including from academia, community, and the rest of it. This is an ideal world, of course. And then community empowerment. So encourage participatory approaches. Where to from here? What's the action? Well, shift from knowledge to action. So really get that continuity going from theory to practice. Make sure there's a connection, there's a flow between the two, and from extraction to co-creation. So really what is important here is bridging the gaps between what we offer in the university and what is expected out there for our graduates. All right, I think that is my last slide. So looking forward to comments, feedback, questions, etc. And these are just my preferences, and I'll stop sharing now. Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anita, for your insightful presentations. We now come to the final keynote presentation of this afternoon. Our final keynote speaker is Dr. Niall Curry, joining us online from the United Kingdom.
Hi.
Dr. Curry. Hi. Yes, we are connecting to Dr. Curry. Thank you very much, Dr. Curry. Before we begin our final keynote presentation, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Curry by highlighting his academic background and research contributions. So Dr. Niall Curry is currently a UKRI Meta Science AI Fellow and Reader in Languages and Linguistics at the School of English at Manchester Metropolitan University. His work addresses issues in applied linguistics with specific interest in corpus linguistics, contrastive linguistics, discourse analysis, and language pedagogy. His most recent work addresses the use of artificial intelligence in applied linguistics, climate discourses across languages and cultures, corpus linguistics for materials development, and studies of public-oriented research communication. He is a series co-editor of the Routledge Applied Corpus Linguistics and Routledge Corpus Linguistics Guides book series, section editor of Elsevier Encyclopedia of Language and Linguistics, a fellow of the Royal Society of Arts, and an associate fellow of the Global China Academy. So today, Dr. Curry will present Trust, Knowledge, and the Climate Crisis. Dr. Curry, the time is yours. You got 30 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, for coming along to my talk and for the invitation to be able to share a little bit of my work on the issue of climate crisis and climate communication. So for this talk, effectively what I'm talking about is the ways in which we make knowledge. So I'm thinking about our practices as academics, and if we think about this as a kind of a form of an epistemological practice, effectively what we're looking at really is thinking about how we construct and make sense of knowledge as academics, and in this way, the different kind of practices that we engage in to be able to validate and justify knowledge within often the conventions of our own knowledge-making communities and communities of practice. And what we know about knowledge is that it's not monolithic. Knowledge is socially constructed and it's socially situated. And so epistemologies really refract across cultures, and the ways in which we work, the ways in which we think get shaped by or are shaped with kind of cultural practices. And within academic practice, discipline becomes a form of culture too, where we see discipline as an important variable in the ways in which knowledge is constructed and communicated. And this is a trend that is held strong throughout the study of academic discourse, for example. When we think about this in the context of the climate crisis, what I'm focusing really on is this notion of science communication, where we're thinking about how we might be able to communicate about the climate crisis to non-academic audiences, so non-expert, non-specialist audiences. And what we see in texts that communicate with such audiences is evidence of the reproduction of cultural practices by those experts because of this kind of this notion that epistemologies are situated culturally. When we look at these forms of communication, what we see are emerging new modes of communication, new discourses, new ways of being able to communicate that are largely shaped by technological advancements. And what we know about this kind of this form of communication is that the goal is to largely inform wider public developments of developments in human knowledge. So, kind of a complex ecosystem of knowledge making there. And really, where this becomes interesting, I think, is that it becomes a matter of trust. And when we think about the relationship between knowledge and trust, initially they might seem not necessarily so well connected. Knowledge is typically based on empiricism, where we're thinking about being able to make facts based on logic, reason, evidence. And trust often involves some degree of kind of obfuscated knowledge. Maybe we don't know something, but we trust in something to be the case. So there's a bit of a tension between knowledge and trust, or historically at least. But what we see is that as time has moved on and the kind of ecosystem of knowledge exchange and knowledge making has grown into these kind of multi and transdisciplinary and global spaces, that the relationship between knowledge and trust is increasingly present. So, for example, when we think about knowledge making, we could say that the trustworthiness of members of epistemic communities, it really is the ultimate foundation for really much of our knowledge. So, for example, when we're in the humanities talking about science and trying to talk about how science is communicated, there's an implicit trust there in our colleagues from the sciences that the kinds of ways in which they've constructed knowledge are meaningful, accurate, reliable, etc. And what we want to do is figure out how we can effectively communicate that across communities, cultures, languages, etc. But we find ourselves globally in something of an epistemic crisis. So we see, for example, issues of mistrust, mis and disinformation, anti-intellectualism, etc., rising, where the kind of the respect, trust in knowledge making practices are varied and challenged in different ways. And what we also see among this is a kind of within this neoliberalizing of the academy are the increased presence of notions like news values that we might associate with media in the sensationalizing of science. So being able to construct and communicate science in ways that will garner attention and kind of build maybe academic profile and reputation in different ways. So we have this tension where this knowledge is ever more available, but also there's some degree of depletion in trust in science. When we think about this notion of trust, we can conceptualize it in lots of different ways. And really, what we're talking about is a very specific form of trust, which is something like competence-based trust, where we're thinking about trust in people's skills, trust in people's expertise, that we're able to offset some of our unknowns by saying, okay, we don't know all of this, but we believe that this person knows what they're talking about based on their experience, their credentials, their employment, their authority, etc. And what we see in kind of in this intersection of trust and science communication is that science journalism has become the most credible source of scientific information dissemination next to scientists themselves. So the role of the science journalist is quite important in this regard. And so this brings me to the focus of one of my presentation today, which is focusing on the language of the conversation, which is a website used to be able to communicate science to the public. And I'll say a little bit more about that in a few moments. But effectively, what this site involves is scientists, academics, researchers constructing and disseminating knowledge in collaboration with journalists. So we have this kind of perfect, potentially perfect intersection. If science journalists are really the most trusted next to scientists, then surely bringing these two together is an effective way of being able to support communication. But what these sites are complex. So they become sites for interdiscursivity. So we have a degree of hybridity in the form of communication here because of the tension between science and science journalism. So we have features of academic communication, but we also have features of journalistic texts that are shaping the ways in which this knowledge is constructed and disseminated. And so what we also see then are kind of often exaggerated features of each, where it might have kind of heightened use of certain linguistic features to be able to communicate to about the climate crisis to different communities. So I've done some work in this area on climate communication, and to give a kind of a whistle-stop tour through this, what we can see is this form of communication being quite heterogeneous. So although it's broadly about communicating to the public, there are many different kind of communicative efforts that they kind of embody. So kind of storytelling, kind of dealing with abstract information, focusing on empirical information or quantitative information, for example. And we can also see that this refracts across cultures. So, for example, when we look at the Australian context and with our focus on climate adaptation, we found that this was heavily situated within the Australian ecosystem. For example, issues of mitigation, farming, and leadership were heavily tied to organizational features within the country and governmental practices as well. We also see within these kinds of texts kind of, I guess, naturalized approaches to being able to deal with issues of the climate crisis, for example, death. And so in work that I did on climate-related mortality, the representation of death was often looking at typifying death, naturalizing death, dehumanizing death, and often abstracting death through processes of commoditization and quantification. We see rhetorical devices being used in a heightened fashion, as is expected from hybrid registers. So, for example, increased questioning in these types of texts when compared to typical academic texts, and usually focusing on problem cases, problem areas. But also that this varies across cultures, it varies across languages, and it varies as it intersects with other kinds of social issues. So we get this kind of multidisciplinary, multicultural space for knowledge making that becomes quite challenging to be able to make sense of in some situated way. In some work that I've done with Pascual Perez Paredes on this form of communication, looking at climate communication in politics and society and science and technology, we found that there were four main ways in which these texts were composed in order to be able to communicate science to the public. And these are the four here that you can see on the screen. So, for example, rhetorical narratives, where we use this to be able to tell stories about abstract phenomena, and often with some persuasive agenda. Reasoned abstraction, where we look at presenting abstract information, again, also in a persuasive and engaging manner. Empirical storytelling, where there's a focus on historical and narrative approaches to be able to transmit technical knowledge. And quantitative reflection, where there's a focus on narrative approaches to be able to transmit abstract and technical knowledge. So within this, what we see are variation at the ways in which we communicate, and then this is also heightened from a disciplinary perspective. So, for example, increased storytelling in the sciences, increased abstraction in the social sciences and the humanities. So a lot of variation in the ways in which knowledge is constructed and framed within one particular site. So the challenge here then is that what we could see is that knowledge making is, in a sense, not neutral. We see narrative as a central practice in knowledge making and dissemination, and narrative draws on rhetorical devices in order to be able to communicate something and often persuade and convince readers of a particular position. And so we can see this as a valuable affordance for knowledge transmission, but also there's potential risk in narrative making that we might be telling one version of a story as opposed to a complete kind of comprehensive perspective. We also see evidence of scientism, where in the, for example, social sciences and humanities, this kind of veneer of science and scientific language being used to talk about a non-scientific phenomena in order to be able to respond to growing expectations in the academy that as we build knowledge, that it has some kind of technical and epistemic kind of empirical quality. And then we also see cultural, institutional variation. So the kinds of knowledge that are being accented and being constructed appear to vary as we move across cultures and across languages and across time. So the kind of epistemic governance of this practice is highly variable. So for me, then, this raises a question about these kinds of texts as we have them, texts that are widely consumed and kind of policy shaping texts in the world. And my position, I guess, with this is that while it is ever more important to hold powerful media institutions to account for the proliferation of mis and disinformation surrounding this crisis, it's imperative that we also interrogate how trusted knowledge makers discursively construct knowledge, recontextualize knowledge, and reproduce what may be potentially harmful ideological perspectives within their work. So, my position draws on Orlov et al., arguing that the general perception of a value-free objective science is at best misguided. And I want to illustrate this through an investigation of climate science communication in terms of neutrality and cultural situatedness. And so for this, I'm going to focus on a study that will be out next year in this book on apocalyptic ecolinguistics on this notion of catastrophizing the climate crisis in science communication. So this work focuses on this idea of fear appeals. So if we're looking at the language and discourses of fear, then thinking about how within the scientific community we use language to be able to communicate about the challenges we're facing in the climate crisis. And Risby kind of raises an important question surrounding the use of particular descriptors, words like catastrophic, rapid, urgent, irreversible, and chaotic when we're talking about the climate crisis, asking, do these actually reflect empirical scientific evidence, or are they a form of kind of exaggeration within this kind of practice as well? And while acknowledging that fear-based framing can undermine climate engagement or an engagement with climate knowledge, Risby also distinguishes between discourse that's alarmist and alarming. So, for example, thinking about that if we accuse discourses of being kind of alarmist, it may actually inhibit advances in public policy. So we have a tension here between wanting to challenge the misrepresentation, but also not wanting to undermine positive developments. And so Risby argues that the term catastrophic might be at times contestable, but also could be defensible from a scientific perspective, especially in the context of large-scale environmental and social disruption. And this is a notion that's kind of picked up in Kemp et al. More recently, where they look at kind of these large-scale Earth system dynamics, and they look at issues related to things like mass morbidity, social vulnerability, cascading polycrises, and they use this to be able to develop an integrated framework for assessing catastrophic outcomes. they talk in a similar way about this idea of climate science avoiding language that might be alarmist, but equally they caution that if we do not use such language, then the scale and potential risks that we're seeing with climate crisis might not necessarily be explored. And when they talk about this idea of the climate crisis, they actually do use the term catastrophic. They talk about catastrophic climate change, and they use this to refer to the potential for climate processes to constitute a global world-ending threat. So this kind of starts to maybe solidify to some degree, but not exactly, the meaning behind catastrophic in the climate crisis. And so what I wanted to do, and working with colleagues, David Wright and Lorenzo Zanini, I wanted to be able to understand how climate crisis communication was or was not engaging in fear appeals. And so I used text from the conversation. I focused on texts from the UK, US, Australia, and Canada, and that text that focused on climate communication specifically. And this is a site that has something like 44 million readers a month, and also a site for whom the audience is mostly composed of non-academic audience readers. So we have, for example, managers, executives, professionals, teachers, practitioners, and so on. And this database is something like 6,500 texts in total, and so looking at just over 6.5 million words in the data. And so what we did was we looked at this word catastrophic. We chose catastrophic because of it being something that was directly indexed by Risby and Kemp et al., but we also looked to see its prevalence within the data. So we looked for kind of catastrophic and its other kind of inflections. And we found that catastrophic was the most frequent form within the data, followed by catastrophe, catastrophes, catastrophically, catastrophize. And what we did then was we analyzed this across the years represented in the data, so coming from 2011 up until 2024. And basically what we did was we followed two phases. First, we took these uses of catastrophic per year and we categorized them in terms of the region, the range in the corpus, and their presence in either the title or the body of the text. And then we also looked at the sites in the discourse within that were worthy of further kind of more qualitative investigation. And then with these decisions, we then analyzed these in depth through what's called concordance analysis in corpus linguistics. And we tried to make sense of this notion of catastrophic through the lens of both Risby and Kemp. And actually, what we found was very interesting. So, catastrophic was used quite stably across the corpus, an average of 10 occurrences per 100,000 words, and occurring between 5 and 11% of climate themed text per year. And this is actually quite high for a single word. For one single word to be this present means that it's something quite important in the discourse around climate change. And what we can see are particular peaks in terms of the overall frequencies per year. So and this is often skewed by the actual number of texts in these years. So the kind of blue line on the bottom is a normalized frequency where we can see a particular trend. But in terms of the overall range of distribution, we can see kind of wider ranges, for example, in around 2019. So more widely dispersed across the data as well, which means more people are talking about catastrophic climate change. So generally, there's a modest upward trend in the frequency and distribution, and we could see this as maybe a break between pre and post 2016, where there's kind of like a climb there. There's kind of minor fluctuation in 2016 where it reaches a low point. It has a high point in 2019 and it drops again in 2023. So, but really 2023 actually is so close to the median. So it's still something that's quite central in that sense. And we see the UK, Canada, and Australia, the text from these regions exhibiting a greater use of catastrophic in 2019 specifically. So, so within this, we can see these 3 points: 2016, a low point; 2019, a high point; and 2023, something in between, as kind of 3 points in the discourse that are worthy of further investigation. And so if we focus on 2016, what we see is that most cases of catastrophic were used in some hyperbolic manner. So they weren't necessarily referring to actual catastrophes. They would talk about things, for example, here, and why Heathrow plan is proof we exist in a catastrophic fantasy land. So they're not talking about some kind of world-ending scenario. They're mostly talking about it in some kind of exaggerated way. There are cases, for example, in which it's being used to refer to world-ending scenarios, but this is to a lesser degree. But remember that in 2016, it was quite infrequent in general. But here we have, for example, Planet Earth 2 highlights the situation of our planet at present rather than its catastrophic end in the future through apocalyptic visuals. So referring to catastrophic end in kind of the end of the world. But where it gets more interesting in the data is the 2019 and 2023 data. In this case, we see similar uses of catastrophic and world-ending scientific projections. So we have this kind of apocalyptic perspective. But really, what we see is a much increased use of hyperbolic as a form or catastrophic as a form of hyperbolic representation. So, for example, in that year, in 2019, it accounts for something like 67% of all uses of catastrophic. And so in this case, for example, they say by limiting warming to under 1.5 degrees Celsius, the world will probably avoid catastrophic ice loss from West Antarctica. And while I think we cannot deny that there's a real negative impact of such ice loss, it's quite severe, but whether or not it would constitute this kind of catastrophic world-ending scenario, as Kemp et al. Point out, is questionable. So the alignment of catastrophic to this particular isolated phenomenon is notable. And in the Australian data, there are a number of examples of catastrophic that refer directly to wildfires, and this is particularly interesting. So here, for example, we have the case here. It's the first time Sydney has received a catastrophic rating since the rating system was developed in 2009. And climate change gets blamed for a lot of things these days, inundating small islands, fueling catastrophic fires, and amping up hurricanes and smashing Arctic sea ice. And really, actually, what we're seeing here is a case of intertextuality. So, catastrophic is directly referring to formal categorizations of fires that are based on the MacArthur Forest Fire Danger Index, which has now been replaced by the Australian Fire Danger Rating System. So, this label of catastrophic has a very specific meaning in the context of this scale. And this is important and something I'll come back to in a little bit. There are also cases of intertextuality with relation to issues of ocean acidification in a similar way. So, for example, we see evidence of the use of catastrophic. For example, here the report rates the potential consequences of climate change-related sea temperature increase and ocean acidification as catastrophic. And this is referring to the Outlook report, so the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority's report about the ocean. And it's claiming that the categorization of catastrophic is reported within this particular database. I'm not sure. The screen seems to have changed for me, so I'm not sure if that means I've disappeared. If you can let me know that you can still hear and see me.
Yeah, everything looks perfect, Dr.
Oh, okay. No worries. I wasn't sure if you could still see my screen because it's changed on mine. Okay, no problem. So the idea here is that within this particular report, they actually do use the word catastrophic to refer to this process of ocean acidification, but they define catastrophic as incidents in which impact is clearly affecting or would clearly affect the nature of the ecosystem over a wide area with recovery periods of greater than 20 years likely. And this doesn't necessarily correspond to Kemp et al.'s notion of catastrophic as a world-ending scenario if there is indeed an opportunity to recover within 20 years. So there's a bit of a tension there between this notion of catastrophic and how it's being used in the representation of the climate crisis. And in the Canadian context, there was even further variation. So when we look at the use of catastrophic, there was a use in the Canadian context that didn't actually apply in any other case. And this related to the commoditization of catastrophe, primarily through insurance industries. So, for example, they talk about the impacts of floods, wildfires, and other catastrophic events are on the rise in Canada. They're already costing the country billions of dollars in losses, which only stand to grow in the coming years. The Canadian insurance industry defines a catastrophic event as one that exceeds a threshold of 25 million in insured losses, the portion covered by private insurances. So, in this case, the act of defining what constitutes a catastrophic event is actually deferred to insurance companies who define catastrophe in monetary terms. So, in this context, and looking at kind of within this industry, catastrophe insurance covers natural and human-made disasters, not usually included in standard homeowners insurance, such as earthquakes, floods, and terrorist attacks. So again, while we're all talking about the climate crisis and we're all using this kind of this shared language to be able to construct and frame the climate crisis, what we're seeing is a lot of polysemy, where the notion of what constitutes a catastrophe becomes highly variable. So, what does all of this mean for the kind of making sense of the climate crisis and climate communication more generally? Well, we can see that these texts use fear appeals in certain ways. So we have this kind of increased use of hyperbolic over time. Hume talks about this idea that alarmist language isn't really part of scientific discourse, but these texts that are produced by scientists and academics do make use of this language as a way to be able to engage readers and construct and frame their arguments. And what we also see is, although we have this kind of dip in 2023, where 2019 was a peak, another way of reading this data actually is proportionally. And actually, what we find is that as we move through time, the proportional representation of hyperbolic as opposed to world-ending or complex kind of multiscalar catastrophes increases. So this idea then of potential fear appeals actually increases across time proportionally. So this, I think, creates something of a challenge in the context of climate communication. O'Neill and Nicholson Cole talk about the issue of that local issues are often backgrounded in climate communication and they give way for global perspectives. But actually, these data reveal something slightly different, because what we find is that the local issues actually become quite critical in shaping the discourses, and that we need to engage with local context if we want to be able to make sense of situated discursive practices. So the issues of fires, oceans, the commoditization of catastrophe through insurance, these are situated experiences, and the understandings of what constitutes catastrophe is directly related to these industries or these phenomena as they are happening. And this means that as we engage with these data globally or these texts globally, there's a chance really that we might not necessarily understand exactly what we mean by catastrophe, especially if it's likely to be highly varied across cultures and across time. So this notion of catastrophe then becomes something quite unfixed. In the data itself, there's actually an explicit reflection on this notion of catastrophic. They talk about, they say, our research is consistently showing that many Australians, especially those in high-risk areas, are not sufficiently ready for fire and have not established fire plans well ahead of time. For example, people may underestimate the risks to life and property if the fire danger is not rated as catastrophic. And this is a bit of a tension because we know that fear-based framings can actually prove unproductive. But for many of us, also, what might seem like a hyperbolic representation of catastrophe might, for others, index a truth or an authentic feeling of some kind of finality. And this is especially so given that climate disasters disproportionately impact marginalized and disadvantaged communities globally. In this work, we found it very challenging to determine what is and is not catastrophic. We might argue that catastrophic should only be reserved for world-ending scenarios, but I think this presupposes that the end of the world is a notion for which there's a shared and global understanding. So the questions we had for ourselves was, what makes a climate disaster catastrophic? Who gets to decide on what constitutes a catastrophic climate disaster? And who can say if and when the use of catastrophic when discussing climate disasters simply constitutes a fear appeal? And with this, we argue that what we really need to do, I think, is engage in conscious reflection on the use of naturalized fear appeals and consider the potential impact of these appeals on our audiences, but not necessarily to say that we should abandon the use of this language completely because it may actually reflect reality. So all of this to say, that climate science, as we perceive it, we can argue, is something that is non-neutral. Non-neutral in the sense that we can see kind of variable perspectives across time, across context. We can see the language of evaluation is highly reflexive and highly situated. And we can see that there's not necessarily agreement on what constitutes scientific expression, as opposed to other forms of hyperbolic expression. We can also see that this form of communication is highly situated culturally. So the notion of climate science and how we talk about it and how we construct it is understood differently in different contexts in Australia, in Canada, in the UK. And this is also evidenced elsewhere as we look across languages. When we look across different languages and the way that we talk about and frame the climate crisis, it varies greatly. So the climate crisis becomes this complex, multicultural, multidisciplinary issue. And in this case, there's a need for a critical perspective on the social construction of the climate crisis and these trusted knowledge sources, which I hope I've illustrated through this presentation. This is something of a challenge, I think, in that we find ourselves in this practice of knowledge production within a form of Foucauldian power knowledge nexus, where the kind of trust and authority afforded to these particular forms of communication are quite high, and their readership, as you saw, are often people in decision-making capacity. And so thinking about the relationship of these texts to the kind of shaping of policy and public practice, then it's important that we kind of interrogate and make sure that we're not necessarily reconstructing perspectives that are harmful, for example, through fear appeals. But at the same time, we have to temper this critique with a risk of being able to, I guess, fuel or facilitate anti-science and disinformation studies. And this is because when we critique each other as academics, we know how to express that critique, and we also know how to interpret that critique. And the critique doesn't necessarily undermine the quality entirely or the relevance or kind of meaningfulness of a particular study. It might just be on a small detail in terms of how we talk about something, for example. But these kinds of critiques can be exploited by nefarious anti-science movements to be able to kind of undermine science, which is not what we want to contribute to. We have this broad, I think, relationship here between trust and authority. So trusting kind of authoritative sources. And this authority is underpinned by competence and constructed through discourse. And so looking at the kind of intersection of these perspectives is valuable as a way to be able to unpack science communication and develop effective ways of engaging the public in science and shaping public practices. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Curry, for your presentation and for sharing valuable perspectives with us today. Respected academics and researchers, please join me in giving another round of applause to all of our distinguished keynote speakers. We have now reached the question and answer session. We warmly welcome questions from all of participants. If you would like to ask a question, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and kindly indicate which keynote speaker your question is addressed to. So may I have the first question, please? Oh, yes, sir. Microphone, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jafar Rantoa. I'm from Universitas Gadjah Mada. I'm very glad to be here, yeah, because I can get much knowledge for the all speaker. I have some question, especially for the first speaker about the all Malay corpus. He presents about the all Malay corpus. I can knowledge about this information. So I wanted to ask about this. He said that the all Malay corpus show variation in sentence structure, particularly between subject verb object and verb subject object patterns. This variation may be influenced by linguistic, contextual, or historical factor. What factor determine the use of SPO and PSO structure in the All Malay corpus? And what do this variation reveal about the historical development of All Malay syntax? And then the second question I want to ask to Mr. Kari. I always cite about this Kari articles, yeah, so many articles from Kari. And I interest about his research about demonstrate how corpus linguistic and generative AI can be used to critically examine language pattern on discourse. In relation to this conference, focus on environmental sustainability, environmental justice, and community resilience. How can corpus linguistic and generative AI be used critically and responsibly to analyze environmental discourse and public attitude towards sustainability across different languages and culture? And also, I want to ask to maybe our author, our speaker, how can we use sites from ChatGPT maybe? Because I always share it from articles, Kari, and maybe the speaker, the other speaker. How can we use the information of ChatGPT? Because sometimes ChatGPT always inform to us about some knowledge, but we can correct by ourselves, and we can what is that? See the other resource. It's correct, but sometimes it's incorrect. Yeah. So should I do to correct to confer the information of ChatGPT? Thank you so much. That's all for me. Okay.
Thank you for your question. So we must hold the response for one more question. May I invite another question, please? Yes.
Yes, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the chance. I would like to ask about the will from Ibu Anita Dewi. Untung singkatannya bukan wanita idaman lain ya Bu, tapi work integrated learning. Yes. So we haven't heard more about this. So I would like to know, how is it going to be different from apprenticeships that mostly university students have? And also how this is going to be related to the community empowerment, because when we are dealing with
what is it, apprenticeship, the concept that I know, most of the times it's difficult for us to find expert that is not academic. And you know, in the workplace, sometimes people are working based on what is best in practice and not really related with academic. And so when students get back to the university, they are confused, and so that kind of problems. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question. So we will start for the first question for Dr. Rasha.
Okay. Right. So the linguistic factor that influenced the word order in Old Malay was basically conditional words. For example, in contemporary Malay or in modern Malay and Bahasa Indonesia as well, we have the word kalau, right? And kalau is a conditional word that changes a clause into a conditional clause. Now, in main clauses in Old Malay, the word order was VSO. Let me give you an example. For example, temu ia, let's say, air. Temu ia air. That would be a common sentence in Old Malay. That means dia menemui air, menemukan air, for example. Now, in Old Malay, the verb goes towards the front of the sentence as there's a certain morphosyntactic rule in the language that makes verbs move to the front. Now, that's a default rule in the syntax of Old Malay. Now, in conditional clauses, on the other hand, this rule was actually barred by the conditional word being in the front already. Now, in a sentence such as kalau dia temu air. Now, that's a normal conditional sentence in Old Malay. Now, because the word kalau is already in the front of the sentence, the word temu can no longer move to the front because the position for that word to go to the front has already been occupied. So conditional sentences with kalau and various other syntactic elements that have already moved to the front, bar the movement of the verb in the sentence middle position to move to the front. For example, you can also have sentences with jangan, right? Now, if you have jangan at the front of the sentence, that also bars movement of the verb to the front. So it's not possible for you to find a sentence with jangan and then the verb and then the subject. So that's the reason why in conditional sentence you have the word kalau, which in Old Malay was kadachi, and then you get the subject and then the verb and then the object. Because kadachi is already in the front, the verb cannot move to the front any longer. But in normal clauses, in main clauses, because you don't have the word kadachi, because it's not a conditional clause, the verb is allowed to move to the front because that position is vacant. Therefore, you get sentences like temu ia, minuma, temu ia, air, ni minumnya, and so on. Now, that was about the word order in Old Malay, the linguistic factor that caused verbs to move to the front. Now, the second sentence, the second question, could you repeat the second question, please? I think I've forgotten already.
I mean, what's the factor? What's the factor we change the or Malay subject verb object? Maybe it's the context or informal or formal, like in Indonesia. It's called we use because if we start from verb, maybe it correct in informal, but it's formal, it's incorrect. So how about in your language? Yeah,
right. So basically, in Old Malay, that VTC movement had to do with backgrounding information and foregrounding information, right? Now we see a difference between Old Malay and Classical Malay, such that in Classical Malay you usually have SVO word order, and this is due to the fact that in Classical Malay, there's a rule that makes subjects more prominent than the verb itself, than the action that the sentence talks about. Now, the persons or the actors and the agents involved in the actions in the sentence would be topicalized to the front, especially because of the fact that in Classical Malay, we have these topical markers such as the word pun, right? For example, Raja pun berangkatlah ke Sultan, ke istana, for example. In Old Malay, there was no such word as pun. The word pun had not entered into the language, or it had not innovated yet. So that's the reason why in that stage of the language, the actor or the agent or the subject was not very prominent in the sentence structure. The action itself, the verb itself, was more focal in Old Malay, whereas in Classical Malay, because of the emergence of the word pun and other topicalizing elements, the subject would then be more prominent and it would be topicalized to the front of the sentence. So that's the reason why you have more SVO sentences than VSO sentences. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Very interesting.
Thank you, Dr. Rashid. Your next question is for Dr. Curry. May I invite Dr. Curry to respond?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you so much for a really interesting and I think really relevant question. Not something I got to speak about in the presentation. I think that the relationship between generative AI tools and climate communication, climate discourse studies, climate research in general, I think is kind of complex. If we look at it from a discursive perspective, and we know how these generative AI tools work, one of the challenges we have with applying generative AI to something like text analysis, for example, is that the practice of these tools is to skew towards some probabilistic norms. So they're trained on training data, and the training data will have some kind of core, kind of recurrent and frequent representations. And so as it produces information, it works from a kind of a frequency and probabilistic perspective to be able to understand and process information, etc. So when it's doing when the tools are doing this kind of processing work, what we'll see inevitably is that the kinds of issues that we find in climate discourse studies or climate studies more generally will likely be kind of reproduced. So we'll see kind of marginalizing of certain perspectives, a marginalizing of certain groups of people who are often marginalized in studies, and also a narrowing of climate epistemologies. So if we think about how we have these broad perspectives that I talked about, but if, for example, some perspectives are more represented in the textual training data that are used to train these tools, then the likelihood is that that will become the lens or the filter through which this knowledge is processed, if we use it as some form of processing. We see the use of, for example, artificial intelligence, and often predictive artificial intelligence, as a way to be able to model climate disasters and approach ways to be able to think about kind of adaptation practices that we might have. And this is something that's been done for a long time. But when we think about it in the use of generative AI, where maybe it's more difficult to be able to understand the actual processes that are being undertaken, but we can only really evaluate the output of this tool, it becomes something more opaque. There's, I think, a challenge also, I guess, into maybe from a value perspective. We know, for example, that these kinds of very large models, so things like ChatGPT or Claude, require a lot of power and a lot of resource to use them. And in real terms, actually, the amount of processing power these tools have is so much more than we actually need for anything that we're reasonably doing. There are very few tasks in even wider sciences that require that level of computational power to process. So what we're doing then is using tools to be able to process textual data or process information that maybe is taking more power than we actually need to be able to do that. And in there's a bit of a tension, because if we're interested in studying kind of climate and ecology and probably from a protectionist perspective, then the question we have for ourselves is whether or not the use of these tools makes sense for the kind of work we're doing. What I would ask myself in terms of thinking about kind of critical use of these tools is, I would ask myself, is this tool allowing me to do something more than I could already do before? Or is it just a substitution of an existing practice? And is that substitution better? And I say better in the sense that, is it more transparent? Is it more replicable? Is it something that we can document in detail in terms of exactly how the work was done? There's this concept in quantitative research methods about this idea of minimally sufficient methods for being able to process data. And I think this, from an environmental perspective, has value for the kinds of work we do with technology. So are we using something like a rocket to be able to, go from one country to another, or could we use a plane instead? So do we really need to be using all of this power if it's not necessarily adding anything? This also relates, I think, to your question about trustworthiness of ChatGPT and other kind of models like this, because this is, I think, also where there's a bit of a tension. So the idea, I think, behind any kind of new technology that would maybe challenge the epistemological practices of our current work is that if we're going to flout our practices, then it's because we think that this tool is allowing us to do something that we couldn't do before. It's allowing us to be able to do something bigger, better, bolder, weirder, that's kind of breaking norms in some way. But then the question becomes a question of epistemic validity. How do we know that this is a worthwhile practice? How do we know that this is contributing something meaningful and good? And there's this notion, in kind of epistemological terms, of epistemic trespassing. And this is where we use technology to be able to do work that we don't actually understand ourselves. And when we do that, then the question is, how do we know that it's done anything meaningful, that it's done something that we can actually attest to? And when we push ourselves beyond our own capacities of validation, then what emerges might be something that is actually just a hallucination. And this is why it's difficult to know when we're moving beyond our expertise. When it's something we know a lot about and we see these tools producing things that are a bit nonsensical, we're like, no, this is nonsense, or this, we can ignore this. But when we move into a realm in which we don't have expertise and we attempt to use these tools, I think this creates challenge because we can't actually reasonably validate the quality of the information. And I think that creates a bit of a tension. So it's about pushing ourselves and augmenting ourselves in a way that's actually meaningful, but also in a way that we can attest is valid. And I think it's about kind of threading that kind of tension in a sense.
Can I comment, please? If you allow me, let me comment two things. In epistemological terms, researching always is researching what we don't know. The rest is not research. It can be copy and pasting or something like that. Secondly, in epistemological terms, the science validation is always intersubjective. It's not a public domain. It is through conferences, papers, books, debates, and things like that. So it's an intersubjective question, and everything related with journalism, with diffusion, is really another field. It's not related with validation. Can be related with ideological manipulation, can be related with social powers that want to control something, but it is not really related with scientific validation. Now, I use artificial intelligence every day. It's very useful, but artificial intelligence is for intelligent people. Otherwise, it will give you garbage. You need to be intelligent to ask. You need to be intelligent to criticize the outcomes. You need to be intelligent to build up something using the advantages of artificial intelligence. I do exercises with my PhD students to falsify the artificial intelligence outcomes. Last week we were falsifying the name of Jesuits in China in the 17th century, and the ChatGPT was answering everything wrongly. So It is an intelligent tool. It's not going to research. It does research. Otherwise, you won't be able to ask those kind of. It's very useful. I work with Latin documents, and it became very useful. And it learns with me. It creates a kind of a dialectic system in which it was we able to learn. Regarding curry, I would be I would be very critical of using the word catastrophe. My wife left me, loves another guy. Catastrophe. My daughter took my car. What was true is 19 years old and never crashed. Catastrophe is not going to use. So these fat words like catastrophe or culture, they are very fat, and they need an adjective or a noun. Is this a natural catastrophe? It is an industrial catastrophe. It's a family catastrophe. We need that context. We need a morphosyntacticals to understand what we are talking about. Because I find a little bit dangerous that we confuse climate change, that is a process that has huge scientific evidence, with a perspective from Foucault that the phenomenon becomes the discourse about the phenomenon. The discourse about the phenomenon is a different thing. You have countless different discourses on climate change. You have the Trump administration discourse, say it doesn't exist. So there is a fire near Washington. It has nothing to do with climate change. So we have two different things. Climate change is something that is evident, and it's not going to be solved by artificial intelligence. It's something that you need passionate, emotive persons, communities, able to tackle it. Otherwise, you are not going to solve everything. And you have examples of communities that are passionate enough and are able to. You have the example of a big city like Amsterdam, that is the only city in the world that was able to create a circular economy system where everything that you put in the garbage returns to the economic consumption system. Yeah, and this is things that you don't need artificial intelligence. And Kerry, I'm a very old professor, and now it takes me 2 days to grade my students. A lot of things that in the computer that you need to. 20 years ago, someone comes with a form, I fill it in 5 minutes. So using artificial intelligence or computer is a question of common sense. So you don't need to use things and to spend electricity and resources and energy when you can do it faster by hand or any other system. Allow me only one comment regarding with Anita. Anita, reading is not only reading books, reading the stars, reading the clouds, reading a facade, reading a painting. Reading is about understanding languages, different languages in the world. And that's what we need our students to train. So there are what you are doing is the way we do it. Put them outside the classrooms and ask them to read a facade, a street, something like that. And they will become to the books. And they will discover that reading a book is a passion. It's like being in love. Cannot be substituted.
Yeah, I can't agree more with you, Yvonne. But yeah, just back on the chatty G, well, we call it chatty G. Australians love making up words, instead of chat GPT, we call it chatty G. This is exactly what I said before. Don't just focus on the AI itself, Gen AI as an object. It's a tool. It's the actor behind that. Human beings that we sometimes forget to focus on that, and we just say, oh my goodness. And of course, it's very human that when change happens, reaction is persistence. Yeah, most likely, right? I mean, this is nothing new. It is new, I suppose, for information. Well, we call it information science. Information studies are more towards information studies because that differentiate us from information technology, right? But it's not something new. In the past, in the library, you used to have that library card. Remember those days? I don't know, but you, Niall, you're probably too young to remember. But it shows how old I am, you know? And then we transfer into a more advanced technology, and it keeps changing every day. And as I said to my students, the only constant we face now is the change. Now, the problem with AI at the moment is that because nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow, it moves too fast, so that there is that level of nervous amongst people that then we shift our focus too much into the object instead of the doer. So my answer to the question would be make use of it as you see fit. Because, you know, common sense, I like that.
The stress is good. We have stress on things is good because you start researching those things.
Yeah.
And then you conceptualize what the thing is for. The stress is good. I don't have any problem with any kind of stress. So one of my Chinese students, because they have the ChatGPT, professor is able to do everything. It's, okay, go to the computer in the classroom, ask the ChatGPT why cows in China and in Mozambique in Africa eat the same grass and shit differently. the ChatGPT was not able to say nothing. Huh? But this is the questions that we talk and we ask with each other. Huh?
Yeah.
We are an emotional being, not a rational being. So
yeah.
Artificial intelligence is a different tool.
Yeah. So definitely back to us, like what Niall said before. If you want to go from Sydney to Melbourne, don't take the rocket. You just fly. Take the train. You know, so it's our common sense. It's our us being human beings, I suppose. I'm sorry, I just had to jump in because I thought we were already talking about the second question. I hope that makes sense to the question.
Sustainability, if you can go easier and cheaper using the train, why you don't use it?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Curry, Professor De Souza, Dr. Anita. Dr. Rashid, would you add some comments from your perspectives?
Well, because I do research in Old Malay and stuff like that, it's a very distant kind of context then, because I'm talking about the past and now we're talking about the future. But yeah, I do agree with all of you where Anita said just now that what's important is the person who's standing behind the AI itself is the agent, and we are the people who are the intelligent ones who are using this intelligent tool. And I guess it really boils down to how you actually use it, right? So we as intelligent beings need to use the intelligent tools in an intelligent way in order for us to create intelligent things. If someone who's not really intelligent uses an intelligent tool, then you can't expect to get an output that's intelligent as well, right? So basically, that's the idea behind all of this talk about artificial intelligence. There's not really much to add on to that other than what they've already said. Yeah, so I guess that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I hope that answers your questions. And unfortunately, the next question from Ms. Dwi will be our final question. So may I invite Dr. Anita to answer our last question?
Thank you. Certainly. So yes, will, or some people don't call it will, but WIL. I just like to be efficient and call it will. Versus apprenticeship, for example, and how it relates to community empowerment. That was the question, if I understand correctly. So apprenticeship, placement, all of those sits under the big umbrella of will. Okay, but the conceptual understanding or foundation of will has shifted. It's not only targeted towards securing employment for our graduates or our students going forward, but instead it's focusing on building employability skills and making sense to our students on how they can survive, if that makes sense, when they enter the workplace and beyond, not just entering, but building their career, thinking critically about how they can transfer or translate what they learn in the classrooms from us into real life practices. So it's beyond employment. It is embedded in curricula. So that's why it is an educational approach. It's not something extra. All right. So, and we do it intentionally. How do we do it intentionally? We do it in collaboration with industry and potentially with also communities. And that's where the community empowerment comes into play, because then there is the co-design, co-construct, like what I mentioned in my last slide before when I did my presentation. So through the will activities, whatever it is, it can be scenarios in classrooms with the, some simulations as well. Use that as an input to empower the students themselves. And the other thing that I would like to mention as well, differentiate between will and the good old placement. And I still love placement because that is workplace experience that brings students close to the workplace environment. It's the mutual learning. So it's not one way communication. So when we send students to the workplace, let's face it, most librarians sit in the library, but work in the library for a decade, 2 decades, because they love it. It's about passion, right? They know what they're doing, but things change very quickly. So when students come to workplace through whatever will activities it is, then there is that exchange of information, an update of information. And oftentimes what's missing, this is what will is doing, what's missing is filling in the gap between conversational, between industry, the education providers, whatever the discipline area is, but particularly for information studies, it is very, very important because the change happens very rapidly. And then the students themselves, of course, the community that it serves. And what I found recently as well is the strength of professional organization or professional associations, which in the context of Australia, they're also accrediting bodies of these courses. So it plays a very important role in there. And the synergy of these 4 actors, not just 3, really makes will come to reality. I hope that answers your question, Ibu, but I'm more than happy to have further conversations going forward. We can always stay in touch and, have conversations further.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Anita. Distinguished keynote speakers, respected academics, researchers, and participants, as we come to the end of this afternoon's keynote session, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all 4 keynote speakers for sharing their expertise, valuable insights, and inspiring perspective. Thank you very much, Dr. Rashad, Professor De Souza, Dr. Curry, and Dr. Anita. And I would also like to thank all participants for your thoughtful questions and active engagement throughout the discussions. It has been a great honor and pleasure to moderate this session. On behalf of the organizing committee, thank you for your participation and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you indeed.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for our speakers and moderators. Ladies and gentlemen, please be informed that the parallel session will take place tomorrow on day 2 of the conference.
All presenters are kindly requested to refer to the presentation schedule and room assignments circulated by the organizing committee, and to be present at their assigned room at least 15 minutes before the scheduled presentation time.
Once again, thank you for all of your active participation, and let's continue to make the 4th International Conference on Culture and Sustainable Development, ICOCAS 2026, a success on day 2.
I'm Arnold.
And I'm Nadira.
With the whole of our heartfelt gratitude,
We're signing out.